Seems about the same.
Test 1, 2. Okay, we are set and ready to go.
Nice. All right. I'll get that. Cool. So, we're jumping right back into the moment that we had left off. And if I have a brave volunteer to give that recap for that juicy inspiration point that everybody wants so much.
I'll do it.
All right, you have the floor, my guy.
Alrighty. Last time or rather, I'll start with Cobweb just because that's freshest in my memory. Cobweb went on a daring investigation into the illicit runes that are scattered around the Undercity at the behest of the Inquisitor, Inquisitor Coda, I believe. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. That's my bad.
It's fine. Yeah, getting out from a cold start is tough. That's why I give inspiration for doing these.
Okay. I'll switch over to Rin and Dagny. Rin and Dagny were accosted in the night by scoundrels most foul, spiriting them away to the Undercity, and basically using them for fodder in their fight pits. Unbeknownst to them, though, the Venerator was also present. So, a fact that they only found out after being rescued by the little boy whose name I do not remember. I'm so sorry. Elijah, yes. And with some clever use of magical items and scrolls and whatnot, their escape was none too difficult. And they got some extra loot to boot. Garok and Vishanti, we never actually made it back to the rendezvous point, right? It was mostly, I forget how they got put on the scent of Rin and Dagny. I believe it had something to do with the Inquisitor.
It was
the Inquisitor came
down
to
her
the
door.
Hanson's place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inquisitor-themed alarm clock.
Oh, yeah. Well, fair enough, yeah. Cobweb discovers the tavern slash fight pit on his own. But the my bad. Garok and Vishanti were actually teleported in from a strange and erratic rune that seemed to have separated them from the Inquisitor and their backup. What followed was an epic bar fight, followed closely by the Icon of Veneration boss fight. Having taken a hostage, the Venerator basically forces our heroes to engage in a what equates to a 1v4 deathmatch. Shortly after the match began, Rin managed to hotwire or jury rig rather, a shield challenger, which...
Oh yeah, this guy.
Which, yeah, was pretty much the MVP, I think.
Yeah.
Everyone got their licks in, but he sort of saved our asses. But at the dear cost of his very life, as the Venerator summons a strange blade that seems to drink away his life, or her life rather, my mistake. In one final mighty blow. And after much lamentation, the Inquisitor Akoda herself lands the final blow, beheading the Venerator with a flick of her wrist before absconding from the battlefield. We now find ourselves in the aftermath, attempting to pick up the pieces of what once was our party.
Very good. Give yourself that point of inspiration. And as a
Yeah,
quick
water.
refresher, after informing Akoda on the events that had taken place, her stoic expression as an inquisitor for the first time broke, and there was seething anger on her face as she scaled this 20-foot incline with a single bound, climbing up one of the poles and storms off. You can hear there's a lot of commotion going on up top. You imagine the Shire Guard and all the ruffians that are involved in this scene are getting sorted out. Of course, that wasn't before Dagny grieving over Rin's body, to which an epiphany dawned on Dagny, and the Cartographer Corps was summoned. And upon immediately doing so, the Cartographer Corps was a brilliant, blinding white
Oh,
as
I got
it begins to violently shake, floating in the air on its own above Rin, producing and spilling a light, the likes of which none of you have ever seen quite before. Everybody make dex saves.
Here we fucking go again. You know how big these things are be, by the
Of course, you get a nat 20.
Nice.
Fucking shit, that was loud. Oh my god.
I'm very so glad we all got warned that this was happening.
Yeah. Let's see how everybody did. Everyone's getting jostled around a little bit, as everybody minus V would be shook, as it seems as though the fabric of reality, as you understand it, is being bent by the will of this core, and you are scattered, laying prone against the dirt as you are sent in various directions. The shield challenger would clash very loudly against the stone. The body of the venerator gets jostled around as Vishanti, you manage to land on all fours as you, with your cat-like reflexes, you're ready for anything. As for everybody else, they're not so lucky, and they are all scattered about, as there is a strange white permeance in the air that tingles against your skin. And as you all would slowly rise, you notice that there's some changes in the room, as for one thing, a large fissure has seemingly cracked its way into the upper half of the pit. And as for Dagny and Garrock being closest, you would look up at Rin's body that has also been shaken around. And there is a small droplet of what almost looks like magma that would fall to the ground here. And everyone would eventually bring their eyes to the ceiling and would see a huge circular molten hole that has been created directly above Rin that seems to burrow its way straight to the surface. It's about 10, 15 feet in diameter, and it is permeating with cosmic energy.
Where is the core?
The core is located not too far from Rin's body, and it is in miserable condition. Granted, it hasn't buckled or been broken in any way, but it is spewing cosmic energy out of its clasp and is white hot.
I will just kind of snap it away. Well,
You
it's
would try
never done
to-
that before.
You would snap it away, and there'd be a very violent flash as it dispels. You would notice as it dispels, there's something of a tether that the core had with Rin's body, and as it snaps away, that already frayed cord would completely shear as it would slowly fade in midair.
God damn it, Dagny, why did you do that?
I mean, after what happened last time, I thought... What? Something changed. What was that?
I don't know, but it almost about brought the whole place down on us.
Am I able to move?
Oh yeah, you're up and alert, although you're aching from the wounds of battle.
I hobble, I wobble, I topple over. I don't have any words other that rhymes with wobble.
Yeah.
I'm going over to Elijah, just check in with him. Elijah.
He
Dead.
is knocked down on the ground, but seems to be in good condition. He's still looking over at Rin, and also a occasional glance up at the ceiling, and finally over to you. What did you do? What was that? Did that help?
I don't know. It's never done that before. Elijah. And I'm just gonna take one of his hands and I'm gonna say, I made a promise to your guardian that I would get you out of here, and I plan to do that. I'm so sorry about what happened.
You see he's looking down at the ground, and his hands are a little shaky. And he's quiet, but gives a bit of a weak nod after a while. It's what Rin wanted, right?
That's what he told me.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I trust you.
It's about...
I just kind of sit up a little bit and I kind of cradle his head against my chest.
Yeah, it's about this point I'm gonna stand back up after being summarily thrown and flashbanged. And look at the High Shire elite would probably be the best place to start with this.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen now? With all of this? What's the likely plan of action?
The elite surveying Rin's body would then give one more glance at everything that's happened, as if to recollect all the immediate events, and finally looks up to you. We need to get you and the body of the Venerator and the remains of your friend out of here. This is no place for this type of... Well, I really don't even know what to call these events. There should be an Inquisitor nearby that can give us direction. That thing that just blew up in this room, was that core that you all have been carrying?
Yes, but this is the first time I've seen that. It didn't have this cosmic energy in it before.
It's a weird item, like you've no doubt heard about. One of the things that we found out about it was that it could help us sometimes in situations like this. This time, we weren't so lucky, and we apologize for bringing that on everyone without warning them, looking at Dagny.
The way I see it, you're doing your duty as a cartographer. This is the risks of the job.
Can I make an insight check against Garrock since he's staring at me?
Sure, what are you trying to insight?
Yeah, what are you trying to work out?
Let's see if he knows something about why there was cosmic energy in the orb.
Okay.
How you holding up there, Cobweb?
Maybe
There's a hole in my lung.
Nah.
the thing that's very obvious more in this situation, though, is just the fact that he's pissed that you did it so quickly without warning anyone. That's the main emotion. But possibly something else.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't really have a explanation in detail for what just happened. But he's seems to be as curious as you.
The pillar. We can go to the pillar. They can get Rin back. It worked the last time with Obosh. We can do that, can't we?
Didn't you just see what the Inquisitor did? That was the high-level magic that only very well-trained mortals could do. And I doubt that the pillar has the ability to summon people back willy-nilly.
Well, even when Obosh first died, even the icon of Zula couldn't bring Obosh back. It took a miracle from Sadrius to do that. We need a chosen for this.
I'm not saying we don't do that, but at the moment, Rin being lifeless is not going to change in the immediate future, and we need to worry about our own wounds first. Do I have to
Understand
remind
that.
you
Agree
about
with
who we just fought?
Garrick. I have only heard wounds, pillars, but let's
I want to get out of
focus
here
on
first.
ourselves right now for a couple days. We gotta recover, and then we can make a plan. This one almost got cut in half. I don't know about you. It's not a good feeling.
Garruk actually looks surprisingly uninjured.
Well, fuck you too.
Which
Not a
is the best
scratch on
part
you.
about playing a cleric.
Because you see, like, freaking V's, like, nearly cut in half with 2 X slashes. Ugh.
Well, that begs the question, how did you all get down here so
Oh.
quickly?
Believe it or not, you disappearing is not something that would go unnoticed.
Well, I figured they'd be looking for us.
It's not every day that a prophetic mage who was just featured around the entirety of Highshire and the world's loudest tank with 2 legs. You know, people would notice if that goes disappearing, and we caught on rather quickly, and we're told to come
Yeah.
look for you.
Please, don't make me laugh. It hurts.
We need to
And
get
this
out
is
of
where
here
we ended up.
safely. Well, either way, we need to get out of here safely.
Yes, and that's what I'm gonna do now. And yeah, I'll climb up out of here and try and find somebody to get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Hey, when you're up there, Garrett, can you get a ladder? Please.
One of the Shire Guard elite would pipe up. The rest of the able Shire Guard are going to continue to sweep through this den and find whatever we can if you're feeling able, but I see most of you are injured. If you're willing to help, that's great, but at the end of the day, we need to get everyone back.
I mean, there's a whole place underneath here, so if you find somebody down there.
How about we do the best of both? These 2 need to mend their wounds. We have at least a spare room up there that they can recover a little bit. If you all want someone to help with the investigation, I'd be happy to come along.
Well, I do have something that can mend your immediate wounds. And the elite has a bit of a travel pack, and he would produce 2 potions from them.
Ooh.
2 of these.
Those will help.
I would love to drink one right now.
You can check with the investigators up top. They may have some more supplies. If you're feeling able to fight, that's great, but given what happened here, I don't want to put anyone else in immediate danger. We don't need another hole like that.
Yeah. May I ask something as
Of
well?
course.
Could I be kept up to date on what's happening with the Venerator and their equipment?
The Venerator's jurisdiction is only usurped by the Chosen themselves. The actions here, once we have a story straight, are going to go directly to them. I understand you have something of a rapport with them given your reputation. Asking them would give you the answers you seek.
Okay. Well, thank you for your help, then.
Of course.
And I'm gonna just climb my ass out of here and go and find those investigators, I guess.
All right. Yeah, you are free to move as you see fit.
Is anyone going to stop me from drinking one of these greater potions?
No,
You
definitely.
definitely-
You take
you
one.
need it.
I'm gonna need one.
Yeah, and give the other one to Cobweb. Dagny's still fine.
And so that's a 44 plus 4.
Yes.
Yep.
What a mess of a bar this is now that I look at it properly, actually.
Yeah, The place is a shithole for sure. And you can see that people have been grouped up and sectioned off,
Yep.
and interrogations and head counts are taking place. You can see there is an inquisitor that is here that is interrogating one of the ladies that had previously been a combatant. You get a feeling that she may be getting some special questions, given that she looks like she belongs on the surface.
Uh-huh. Well, she seems smarter than the rest, and those are the types of people you want to question.
Yep.
Just, out of idle curiosity, what's being said?
You would listen in. There's a lot of shouting voices. Are you listening into this conversation, or are you just...
That's the conversation I want to listen into in particular, but I have a pretty good set of keen senses, so if anything else comes up more important, I'll listen. But I'm mainly interested in this conversation.
Okay. You would kind of get some bits and pieces from the more rowdy crowd down south here. It's mostly the Shire Guard taking down personal information, getting names and brief alibis on what went on where. And as for this conversation, you would listen in as the lady talking to the Inquisitor seems to be giving an alibi of her own. It's without a doubt the silent echoes. Now, given their interest in me, I had played along as best I can. Given that they found a use in my skill set, it's a bit unusual that they recruit from outside their circle, so naturally I humored the drow and what he had to say. He was very tight-lipped about his employers, but as I understand it, that's the nature of their business. So, humoring his propositions, I found myself here. They had scarcely shown me anything that was compromising to the work. I imagine they were probably still trying to get an angle on me. That is before all hell broke loose here, as you can see. That's about all I know. And the Inquisitor is just taking all this down.
Just out of curiosity, could I roll an insight check just to see if all of what she's saying is true? Because I
Sure.
assume this is to do with her before she arrived as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I don't actually know if that's true or not. Alright. I guess I do know if it's true or not today.
Unlike the Inquisitor, you have the advantage of seeing her little conversation with the drow prior to all of this happening. So, while it doesn't seem like she's necessarily lying here, there is a strong inkling that you get there is probably some lying by omission. You think she's hiding something without a doubt.
Well, because I like to see the Inquisitor's work, then I'll just simply say she's not telling you the whole story.
The Inquisitor looks up. She gives a guarded hand up. I'll get what I can from her. We'll have to hear from each of you as well. Don't go running off just yet.
I didn't plan on it. I don't think the others could, actually, given what just happened.
I appreciate it. I'll get to you once everything is wrapped up. This is a mess.
Yes, it is. Is there a drink on the bar I could have? Because I kind of want one after all of this.
Plenty. It looks like people abandoned their drinks and
Yeah,
meals.
I'm gonna take one for myself. Because
No, I'm
fuck
gonna go
all this.
behind the bar and take like a whole swig of not a pint, but a gallon. Like I want to get.
There's some small, like hand-sized fermenting barrels that you feel like you could probably take with you if you wanted. You think that maybe they were brewing some of the finer stuff in smaller quantities.
You know, I'm just gonna put it on the bar, take an empty mug. I don't care if anything else was in it or not, or someone was drinking out of it. I need this. I need this for me.
You pour yourself a tankard filled with what looks like this very finely aged ale, and it has a very delectable aroma, unlike the slop that they fed you before. Meanwhile, this half-ogre is eyeing you, and he kind of gives a... as he exhales with a bit of frustration, seeing that you're helping yourself to the drinks. Maybe he worked here, you're not sure. But he's being interrogated by this guy who's currently answering questions from this unsuspecting guardsman. But he's not stopping you.
Just gonna be peek around Cleoga. You, want one?
Are you saying it to the big guy?
Yes.
He darts his eyes around, looks towards the guard, and would eventually back onto you. Yeah. Why not?
Well, Tabaxi Barman, would you pour the man a nice drink?
I'll pour the man a nice drink.
You would get another cup and fill it, and his overly sized hands would completely envelop this thing. It's like he's holding a shot glass almost. It's a full-size tankard as he slowly takes it. Long fucking day. And he takes it, making sure the Shire guard doesn't notice as he's still actively interrogating the other guy, and he just tosses it back as if it was a shot and slams it back onto the counter. He doesn't seem remotely phased, but you can see he relaxes a little bit. He needed that.
Yeah. As somebody who's worked in bars like that before, I could understand what happens after a bar fight. Normally, I don't get a free drink afterwards. Yeah, I guess given that, we'll wait for some time to pass and for the Inquisitors to gather their stuff.
All right. And while that's going on, back in the kill pits, you would see that a Shire guard have secured the Venerator's body, bounding it and wrapping it in a bit of it. Looks like at one point this might have been a deployable tent shelter of sorts, but they have repurposed it into a body bag. And they are moving it over here, where it looks like they are working on a way to get her up. So it looks like they are taking the bound ropes, and this one would climb his way up and is using the railing to effectively hoist this body up.
I mean, help, I got it.
Get her dummy thick ass out of here.
He's gonna scramble up this pole here, and he's going to sort of muscle pass it to here. I got it. Hold on, you want to give me some room?
Oh, all right, short stuff. If you're feeling up for it, don't go too hard.
Oh,
He's
what
not
the fuck did you say
short.
to me? Oh, watch this. And he's going to use his third and final hill rune. Yeah.
Boop.
Told you
All
to
right.
stand back.
You're growing to your big size again?
Yeah.
All right. You would grow to your big size again as within a flash of that rune, you're a big boy. And you almost single-handedly take the reins here. The elite just become supporting roles as using the pulley system that they had put together, you easily get the body up. You were able to suplex the Venerator off of this thing, hoisting her back up without any resistance. That's child's play. Easily done. Much to the impression of the elite.
Alright, where do you wanna?
Let's keep her here until we clear out the room, and then we're gonna have to give her an escort. Probably back to the pillar. Let's give the lapdog back to the Chosen.
Oh yeah. Excuse me, little man. Oh, whoops.
As you would have it deposited right there while you wait for all of the interrogation and arrests to conclude in the bar area. Meanwhile, in the pit, Dagny, you would see that the remaining Shire Guard are giving Rin much of the same treatment, where her body is being wrapped up and secured to be hoisted. And Eli is making an effort to avert his eyes while eventually looking back up to you. So, what happens now?
I don't know. I have to find someplace safe for you to stay. I think my family may be up for it. I would have to introduce you to them.
You really just do that? Just like that?
Yeah. Silverhides are quite helpful when it's necessary. I've done that for generations.
I I can see why Rin hung out with you.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, you need some work on the whole running around while being invisible thing, but I can teach you.
Like that. Could probably teach you some things too.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty smart already, but I'm always, like learning more stuff is always cool too.
Well, what do you know right now? Tell me.
Oh, lots of stuff. I mean, getting around the uh, tunnels around here can be kind of tricky because they all look the same. But um, actually, if you follow the sconces, that's actually kind of like the main way to know one spot from another. See, they're actually like the more I'm talking about the big ones that are like part of the wall. See, the dwarves, when they made them, they actually have slightly different decorations in different places. No two are the same. So if you memorize the different patterns, you could find your way anywhere.
Wait, you're saying there's patterns within these dwarven-made sconces?
Well, yeah, how do you think they got around?
It's a good point. You think you could show me that?
Yeah.
Well, I think when we have a bit of a moment, you could definitely show me.
Right, yeah, a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, sure. Hey, can we keep the big guy? He's pointing to the challenger.
I'm sure once the Inquisition gets everything settled, I could definitely put in an inquiry for it.
Yeah, you'd probably have to get the medallion for it.
I mean,
Yeah.
we already do have one that we made ourselves already.
Oh, you just made one, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you're on
made
the
it.
same. You're on the same tier as these guys. You should see some of the dudes that they have in the back. They go against this guy all the time.
They're down. They're down here, as I point down.
Yeah.
Definitely, we'll have to take more of a look around once everything's clear, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, the more we're sitting around moving bodies, the less we're probably gonna get because they probably cleared out most of their stuff by now. I'm willing to bet, but it's still worth a look.
The spells that you learned. I mean, they're pretty skilled spells. Crown of Madness and Sleep. That's pretty good.
Oh, I didn't learn them. I use scrolls.
Do you know any spells?
Well, no, but I'm really good at reading scrolls really quick.
Hmm. You don't know any cantrips or anything that could be quite useful?
Nah, that stuff kind of gave me a headache, and I mean, Portia wasn't the best teacher. She would just hand me the scrolls, and that's the way she always did it.
So you didn't have the proper teacher then?
I mean, she taught me a thing or two, but no, nothing like that. I did ask, but she gets grumpy.
Well, I can definitely teach you something, and I think my stepmother might be up to the task as well.
That'd be awesome. All right, Magic House, let's do it.
Well, while we wait for them, I'll go ahead and teach you something that's very simple that can be used in any situation. I've used it a couple times.
All right,
Fine
cool.
stuff.
And until we get the go ahead, I'm gonna start teaching him prestidigitation.
Okay. Da 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 da. As you begin to teach him the ways. Let me see here. I'm gonna have him make an Arcana check to see how well he picks up what you're teaching him.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, not too bad. Now, granted, it's only effectively a few minute window at this point, but
Mm.
you get the basics down, and he seems to have some familiarity with a few basic components here and there, but he listens, wide-eyed, greatly needing the distraction.
You're
And
doing
then
pretty good.
Cobweb, you would see that they managed to get Rin up. The elite would essentially sling Rin's body over his shoulder plates, and they give a bit of a nod, ready to move on as soon as everything is done here.
Time pass.
I'm going to say about a good couple of minutes pass here where they manage to recover the bodies that they want and conversations take place. You can hear a bit of riffraff over by the entrance as it looks like a lot of the denizens that were being lined up by the door are being filed out. There we are. As more elite come to join the fray. And the lesser crowd is one by one being taken out as well. It seems like much of the interrogations are concluding.
V on a box.
And you would
Just
see
sits there.
these two elite, they effectively ready swords and they go charging in to this door. As the shuffle of their metal would continue and would eventually fade out. Any other immediate actions from the party?
Not particularly.
Cobweb would like to inquire about more of those medicinals, because he's still the potion helped, but he's still not doing too great at the moment.
Ah, you would inquire, and one of the elites seems to be something of a medic, and he would have a bunch of various bandages and small little vials of this and that's. As your, I believe that rune of yours lasts for what, a minute?
Yeah,
All right, so you do the heavy lifting, and then you would
yeah, I'm teeny
pop
tiny
back,
now.
making you much easier to work with. As he manages to use this medic kit on you, and you regain. Do some rolling. Wow, he rolled terrible.
Ah, shit.
Well, 6 HP is better than nothing.
It is.
Wow, that was crappy.
Plus, as a
I'm
bonus,
I'm slowly gaining health in increments of 6, and it's yeah,
I suppose with the bandages, you're no longer actively bleeding.
fair
Yeah.
enough.
Right. You're just little blue around the gills, but
Mm.
other than that, you're in good shape. And after a good 5-10 minutes, all suspects concerned have been escorted out. It looks like they are being moved in small, well-divided groups that are heavily guarded by Shire Guardsmen as more would slowly trickle in to reinforce their efforts. There we are. The rest are filed out. And before long, all suspects concerned are out of there. As it would just be... Oh, yeah. I'm just going to poof them out of existence, but they are, in fact, secured by the guardsmen to depart along with them. As this Inquisitor would step around and would survey everyone. All right. I suppose I could give you the similar rundown, but I think it's best saved for when we get back to the pillar.
It's probably a good idea.
Hey, you there. You mind scraping that body off the floor? I don't want to know. You see, he begins a cleanup job as he's bagging this guy too. And the Inquisitor clasps her arms behind her back, and after surveying everyone carefully, would say, "Are we about ready to leave?"
Yeah, wait, hold up. As he reaches over the bar to get another tankard full.
We're going to have a long trek back. I would be careful not to get too wobbly on your feet.
Also, I'm
Or
just
how long
gonna.
the trek is, as long as there's a bed at the end of it.
I assure you, you will be well accommodated. You've done more than enough here. Although we have questions, we'll save that for later.
Just as I'm standing up and I guess going to follow the Inquisitor out, I'll just say to the guy that's dealing with the drow, careful, his weapon's poisoned.
He almost like recedes his hands off the body for a second. He's like, "Oh, sure. I like he's gonna stab me now." He's like muttering to himself.
Wait, does anybody inquire about me and Elijah yet?
There would be some guardsmen that would walk along the deck, and one would eventually call out to the two of you. Are you two all right? We need to get you to safety.
Yes. I will take my time to stand up using my my cane to do so and hold out my hand for Elijah.
Elijah just would stand up and dust himself off a little bit. I got it. I'm good.
Okay.
We should probably get moving.
Yeah, move over to the Sharigar to get up.
They let down a rope that they tie off on the balcony, allowing you both to get up.
Yep.
Easily
Climb
done.
up. Yep.
As you would
I just-
rendezvous with the rest of the party.
Yeah, just kind of have lead Elijah on my armor on his my hand on his other side of his shoulder. My arm around him.
Yeah. He's quiet because he's his eyes have once again fallen on the what he knows to be the remains of Rin, as they would be filing that out. And the efforts to move the Venerator body are resuming. As they would pick that heavy thing up and begin to do much of the same. Are there any remaining actions from the party, or is everyone intent to get out of this place?
I'm all good. I'm not taking the tankard with me, but I'm all good.
I will say to the Venerator as a last thing, just pointing at the door that goes to like the back area. That's where the two people who were originally kidnapped came out from. Might be worthwhile sending more than just two people in there.
We have at least 10 men going down there right now.
Oh, fantastic.
If there's any opposition, they will be dealt with.
Let's get out of this place then. I hate the smell of this place already.
I don't know
It's
if they'll be in contact with this man, but there was someone the Venerator was talking to before she came up to someone hostage. It was a cloaked figure. He had a mouthless silver mask, and the inside of his hood was lined with stars.
Her expression would raise at the mention of stars, and she gives a calming hand up to you for a moment. For a description like that, we should save the conversation till we're out of a shithole like this.
Yes.
Who knows who's still listening? Anyways, let's get off.
And
And
away we go, I guess.
I just kind of have a soft but firm grip on Elijah as we move on.
he would follow suit.
Yeah.
There we are.
As we're walking, Cobweb's just like, I can't help but think that I'm forgetting something. Something important, or probably important.
Yeah. Which thing would that be? A lot of important things happened suddenly.
Well, yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I can't remember.
Well, would you like me to play a memory game with you? Maybe it'll help.
Nah, it couldn't be that important. Yeah, I think we'll be fine.
So be it then.
everybody would follow the Inquisitor with the shuffle of the Shire Guard, both far ahead of you and behind you, caring about their various tasks, as you would leave out of the lower reaches of Undershire and would arrive back to the entranceway. For Dagny, it's unfamiliar. For everyone else, you would notice that this place is a little bit different than you remember it being. You can see that leaving out of this entranceway to the kill pits, the pathway going immediately right was previously a winding path that rounded off a bend. And for Cobweb, you would remember that that's the winding path that the drunkards had taken after they both vomited and had a little run-in with you. You see that there is some cracked stone, and there seems to be a shearing of that pathway as it would wind off a little ways and just ends in solid, jagged stone. There's a lot of loose cracks that would meet the end of it. It looks like the earth shook a little.
Little, you say?
A little.
Just a little earthquake. A little bit of a shake, if you know what I mean. Just a bit of a cave shimmy.
Ah, yes, skablunking.
Right.
So I think we've been caved in. I don't know where to go from here.
It's almost as if you make a giant, possibly magical explosion happen in a cave, a lot of rattling happens. And those are a lot of spiky things in the roof.
Of course, there is around 3 other ways you can go that spread off in other directions, but it's curious to know that that previously very accessible tunnel is now collapsed.
That's what you get when you don't reinforce.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
particular area is not like the sturdily made dwarven area. This was kind of mined out by maybe kobolds, you're not sure.
Yeah, but now I'm thinking that maybe it wasn't the explosion. Maybe it was maybe someone collapsed this on purpose to cover their escape, perhaps.
Wait, Cobweb. I've met a few kobolds in my time. Aren't they just as good as dwarves mining?
I don't think kobolds are good at anything in particular besides being a menace. I mean, they like traps more than goblins, and that's really saying something.
Are there like structures and architecture while we're going through Undershire?
So the immediate area outside of the kill pit is a lot more rough around the edges, but as you all would continue with the path that the elite have created or have navigated, and you come out to Undershire's more well-versed, well-established area. Essentially what you're seeing on the scene card is the area you would eventually come out to, where you can see there is clear dwarven architecture.
Yeah, must be great if you were a roguish type who was trying to escape right now. Named Portia. I wonder if she's hanging around looking at us, or whether she just run off.
Oh, she can do either, really. Kind of depends on whatever she's planning to do next, I guess. I mean, I never really understood her that well, but yeah. I mean, I'm here, so maybe she's watching after me.
Well, if seeing as you know her the best, then, and you know how she works, well, most of us. If I were a Portia right now, and all of this stuff had just happened to me, what would you think that I would do?
She'd probably want nothing to do with it. She's probably gonna stay out of anyone's eyesight for a while, probably. And then, I mean, probably whoever had her bring Dagny and Rin, probably gonna go to them next. I probably. I mean, that's the last job
obvious, isn't it? Venerator obviously had a fucking vendetta against us and told her about us.
Well, the only reason I ask is because I heard my favorite words of "it'll be out of our hair for a while."
Why did she hate you guys so much? Like the Venerator, like
Because we
Well-
didn't give her the respect she wanted.
you guys criminals?
No.
No,
I know I would probably make a pretty good one, actually.
we're in possession of a very
Hold
special
up, hold up.
object.
We're not in a safe place just yet.
I mean, we're surrounded by High Shire Guard. We're going to be about as safe as we're going to be.
I mean, if there's anywhere to admit you're a criminal, it's probably here. I mean, half the people here are criminal.
We're not criminals though.
Am I?
So hurtful, little man.
Hey, I mean, I'm just laying out how it is. I mean, you should know too, right?
Elijah,
There'll
and I'll
be a
just kind of
time
pat his
for-
head.
There's
Yeah.
time for answers. As he looks directly at Dagny, there will be a time for all questions to be asked.
I will say, though, I do like him. He's very funny.
All right. Round of perception checks as everyone is continuing along the path of the elite, beginning to wind your way through Undershire.
Yeah, like I'm definitely keeping an eye out for anybody that may be trying to trail us.
And I'll give myself a cheeky guidance because those are free.
Jesus
Damn.
Christ.
I'll give myself a cheeky guidance. Why not? Just to see.
Why not?
Get the 30.
I don't think that's good.
There we go.
I don't like
Come
that
on,
27.
Portia, if you're
We should
around
prob-
here, I know you're here, you bitch.
God. With your collective roles, you would keep a sharp eye out for anything of interest, anything of danger. And the winding path, essentially the first elites that had begun their trek, had a good 5 to 10 minute lead on you. And again, there were small groups that were daisy chaining the people that are being incarcerated as well as things that are being confiscated. So you're very much just following the leader. And you'd continue for a good 15-20 minutes as there's many zigs and zags you would need to take, as a lot of the surrounding area is cracked, moved, sheared, collapsed. It's kind of a mess, even for Undershire standards. It seems as though they're most concentrated on the surrounding area of the kill pit, as these cracks would continue to sprawl outwards, almost like a spider web formation in regards to the tunnels. So the further you sprawl out, the easier it eventually becomes. And before long, you would arrive in a common area, much like the scene card, where up until now, most of the denizens of Undershire have either well avoided or have had some serious stink eye on the guards, as well as you by association. There's half-orcs, full orcs, drow, a few dwarves here and there. Plenty of standard humans, too, that seem like they just found whatever calling or purpose or excuse to be down here. There's a very colorful list of people that you pass by. All seem to have, well, most of them seem to have strong opinions by the people escorting you. You would get to this. Oh, sorry.
Default.
No, I was just gonna say, like, she's feeling gazes going on her. She's just staring straight ahead.
This, weirdly enough, is nothing new to Garrock.
Yeah. Garrock, you being tall, you would see this first as you're coming up into this large area as you arrive in the Scene Card Plaza. You would see that there is a few collapsed dwarven pillars, the first that you've seen of their architecture failing, as the center of the main plaza here has garnered a crowd. And Cobweb, this is highly unusual behavior for the denizens of the caveways. It seems like a large crowd has formed and even a couple of the Shire Guard have broken off from your pathway to the surface and are seemingly trying to figure out what's going on here. As
Well,
everyone would... Sorry?
I was just gonna say, well, isn't this just an elaborate little trap?
Yeah, people aren't really apt to group up around here. Makes you too easy a mark for a pickpocket or something. Speaking of which, he's gonna walk over and try to steal someone's wallet.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Speaking of which,
Yeah. Nice.
You can see there's a younger lad who is being drawn towards this strange crowd like a moth to the flame. And as he slips by with his focus completely diverted, you would quickly just give a little bit of a hop, a quick and precise plink into his open, large, rundown pocket, and extract a small sack containing 17 gold pieces.
Let's go.
This kid was fucking loaded.
Not anymore.
I will go off your previous perception check as you jingle it. You open it up and you find that 13 of the 17 pieces of gold appear to be counterfeit.
It all spends the same. And he's gonna pocket it. Yeah.
I know these counterfeit, but I don't think the guy who's gonna get them isn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this crowd gathers the attention of all of you as everyone seems to be focused on whatever's at the epicenter. And you can see that there are cracks, very large ones, that are splitting parts of this place that seem to converge on the area of the crown. Actually, the more you look at it, you see that there is a huge crevice that is emanating a soft red glow
Oh, no.
that everyone seems to be peering down in the center of this crowd. And some people are yelling things down there. Some people are throwing things down there. Small people are trying some funny things. It looks like they're trying to, like, cast a mage hand to go touch something. It's a bit odd.
Can I,
Does
go
it
and
seem arcane in nature or natural?
Based off your perception checks,
look?
there's definitely an air of arcana.
Alright, let's have a look what's over the edge.
We need to be careful.
All right.
Well, we're gonna have to work our way through this crowd anyway, might as well see why they're here.
Let's just stay close to me.
Fine.
What is in the crevice? My new favorite game show.
You would all shimmy your way towards the crevice, and you would see that the earth has split pretty violently in this particular part of Undershire. And as you would get through the crowd, pushing and sliding your way through all sorts of people, you would peer over the edge, and you would see what lurks below. There's this soft red glow, as mentioned, and as you arrive at the mouth of this crack in the earth, there is a heavy metallic stench of blood. And for Dagny, you would see that there's a light permeance in the air that is arcane, but it has a certain nature to it that you've never quite observed before. Looking down, a good 50 feet straight down, maybe 60, maybe even more, it's hard to tell. You can see that along the walls, in this little pocket at the bottom of the pit, is these strange, almost inlays in the stone. A different type of architecture has been put into this whatever room that is down there, and there is some sort of sigils, arcane rune. It's hard. It looks mostly decorative, but has some purpose to it, and that seems to be the source of the light. And in the center of all of this, there would be a human figure that seems to be just coming to. There's a couple of loose stones that are spread throughout. You imagine this person got hit on the head as they wake up slowly, and they would put a hand to their head as they come to consciousness. A strange folk that is dressed quite unlike anything any of you have ever really seen. And as for that individual, you are awake now. Your head hurts, and it appears as though the room that you were tending to has been cut off by a collapse on the far side of the room. But there's a lot of voices, strange, unlike anything that you've quite heard before. And you would look up and see that there is a crowd of strange humanoid figures looking down at you, calling, yelling. A few curious mage hands that extend a little bit down but don't quite make it to you. You have no idea what's going on.
All right. Just to get a sit rep going on, the way to this chamber is collapsed.
Yeah, the chamber you were previously in here is now cut off from its connecting rooms. And, of course, that crevice in the ceiling has opened.
I see. As for this room I was tending, what was the nature of this room?
You know, this was something of a culturally significant room where a lot of the blood magic had been imbued in the walls in a ceremonial display for a number of different practices.
Ah, I see.
Much of it to provide power and sustenance in ways that you needed.
And humanoid figures up above.
Yeah, and as you're slowly regaining consciousness, there is definitely a permeating stench, odor of a lot of unfamiliar beings, fleshy beings.
I see. How high up is this hole from me where I'm laying?
About 60 feet.
I see. I suppose for those looking down through the hole, you would see this figure slowly climb to their feet, glance a few times upwards before walking out of sight. As for what I'm doing, I am walking over to a wall, planting a foot on it, and then another. As I walk up the wall, continue to walk upside down on the ceiling to that hole, and then I walk up through that.
You would walk up, and a lot of the crowd backs away, seeing your fast approach. A few of the bigger guys would stand firm as you would eventually scale this wall effortlessly, gaining the impression of this rough crowd as the elite draw in with questions.
Yeah, most definitely. As for my climbing, I'm not using my hands. I'm simply walking on the ceiling and wall as if it's the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Do I reach the end of this tunnel?
Yeah, easily. You would arrive at the mouth of the crevice, and the crowd is all around you.
I see. I'll go ahead and step over the lip of the hole to get upright, to stand upright on the floor amongst the rest of the people here. I did want to take a moment and cast my gaze around and try and get a read on the group and the people here before speaking.
Okay. Roll perception.
question mark.
There's a variety. Yeah, an 18. You might want to make your rules public.
Thank you for reminding me.
There's a variety of emotions and intentions coming from this crowd, as some are keeping a guarded distance, others are moving in, but moving in most prominently are these strange blue and gold clad figures that have swords drawn and are very locked onto you as they would close in before anyone else. There's a very large green-skinned humanoid that would call out over the crowd, "Hey, you gonna fix that fucking hole you made in the ground? People trying to fucking walk!"
I'll glance back to the hole and back to that man. Before turning my attention towards the heavily armored figures approaching me, I'll go ahead and clasp my hands behind my back and simply await their arrival with a soft smile.
One of the elite would make their approach, and you would see that there is two of his own that are backing him as he would speak to you. By the Pillar of Commandments, this is an ongoing investigation within the... I don't even know what's going on. Are you affiliated with the Silent Echoes or Portia Palethorpe?
I am afraid I am not associated with that group or persons. I am Dismiss von Lorcan Salvatore von Hawthorne Dirge of Moorholm. As for recent events, well, I am afraid I know about as much as you do. However, this is quite the curious development. This place here, this chamber, does it lead to the surface?
Yes. Yes, it does. What's that chamber down there? What were you doing?
I was tending to a few odds and ends that are of importance to my people. However, it would appear that the way back has collapsed. However, this is a wondrous development. Are you affiliated with the governing force of this place?
With everything you've just said, roll persuasion.
Not great.
The elite would signal for his two boys to come into either side of you. The crowd tells a pretty telling story. There's a lot of weird people down here, but they seemed awfully interested in you. And I haven't really seen anything like that. What's that glow down there? You know what? Save it. You're gonna come with us.
I see. Well, of course. I would very much like to speak with...
Keep your arms behind your back and do not resist. By the hierarchy of the Pillar of Commandments, I'm placing you under arrest.
I see.
Whoa! Hold on! Cobweb's gonna walk over. Hang on. This guy had nothing to do with it. If we're going to bring him in to question him, there's no reason we have to strong-arm him, especially since he's not as outwardly hostile. See, this is why people down here don't appreciate the things that you guards do. You have to go about it the right way. Hi, by the way, my name's Cobweb. I'm the biggest. And he's gonna hold out his little hand.
You would see that the elite completely disregard your protesting, and they have him restrained. There's some manacles that are being put onto you, Dismas. Are you resisting in any way?
No. If anything, I'm cool as a clam, still with that soft smile. If anything, I'll extend my hands to the cuff to allow them easier access.
Yeah, there. Your hands are behind your back, and they would shackle you down. As you can see, there are a few of the Shire Guard that are dispersing the crowd as they're trying to create a perimeter around this crevice. As you would spot the Inquisitor, who wasn't too far behind you, has a few of the other Shire Guard, and she is issuing commands to them, and eyes the one that is now being arrested, and the gaze would fall upon all of you before finishing her business, giving you all the floor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since we can see over the crevice and all of this is happening, just for my own curiosity more than anything, could I make like a religion or an arcana check about that particular room that this very, and this is coming from Garrock, so it's kind of funny and ironic, weird person has come out from?
So there's a couple different ways, a couple different lenses you could view this room
Yeah.
from. So what's your biggest concern here? The magic aspect, any historical significance, cultural?
Well, for Garrock in particular, this strikes him as the sort of thing that kind of falls within the same vein of area that is magic that's not commonly done, and kind of seems like not something that would ever be taught in High Shire normally. So maybe like I want to go with trying to find out some sort of like origin or like what it's related to, I guess.
I'd like to assist in this matter as well.
All right. So you're mostly going for the arcane implications more than anything else, I'd say. So, Garrock, you may roll Arcana with advantage with the assisting eyes of Dagny.
Okay. And we get advantage, which is even worse.
Ouch.
Can I get myself a guidance?
Yeah, why not?
Maybe I can get something interesting.
You could use a bit of a guide right about now. That's a shitty guide.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
doesn't
well.
know much.
So
He's
a
fired.
14 it is.
It's pretty clear to say that the specific architecture of the room, the way the runes are imbued with the stone, the way the stone is crafted itself, this is a completely unique thing that you've never seen before. And that smell of blood permeating with the red mist that slowly rises out of this crevice suggests that there is maybe something occult in nature to the way that these runes are put up, based on how he's dressed and just the general vibe of the room, as well as the weird response to the denizens of Undershire. This may be something ancient that is could have been sealed away for a while.
Okay. That about answers what questions I was interested in then.
I did want to address the men arresting me, if we haven't been moved away yet.
Yeah, they're essentially processing you. You are being patted down for any weapons, which, for the ones that you may have on you, they are being relieved as they're being assembled into a small sack that the elite is getting. So, yeah,
That's
all
fine.
your weapons are relieved.
That's fine.
But yes, you may speak still.
If I may, the chamber down below does hold items of cultural importance. Would it be acceptable for any of your soldiers to ensure nobody goes poking around down there and taking anything?
Sir, there's a lot of moving parts going on right now, and we have no clue what's going on in a lot of areas. We need to get as much information as we can. We need to be thorough. Our investigations leave no stone unturned. I can't promise nothing's going to be disturbed, but we're not intending to destroy anything. We need to get our insights before we can move forward. That includes you cooperating with us. And the more you cooperate, the easier everything is going to be. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, you do. And of course, I shall submit myself to, well, my arrest, as it were.
We appreciate it.
Is anything else weird gonna happen today? We might as well throw all the events at us while we're
Yeah,
here.
why not? Let's keep them going.
This is literally just what he's muttering under his breath for this point. It's like, oh, God, fine. You know what? Why don't we just have an actual star just plummet through the Earth or come up through it at this point?
Good idea, yeah.
Yeah, he's just like grumbling to himself about all these stupid events that could happen at this point.
I do want to ask, B-Man.
Yeah.
Is there anything in that chamber that would be harmful to any of the people here, humans?
You think that if there's a discharge of someone who is arcanely curious yet ignorant were to try to mess with those runes, it could result in some bodily harm and loss of fluids.
I'll go ahead and inform them. When you are, as you say, searching the area down there, do keep in mind to not tinker or mess with the runes in place, nor to actively cast any magics you may have. It could be dangerous to the rune work already done.
We'll take that into consideration. Thank you for the warning.
Are we getting out of here now?
Yeah, sorry for the holdup. We're gonna keep going. And at this time, the Inquisitor would be closing in on the scene. She is directing her men. The perimeter's established, people being shooed away, and the general presence of the Shire Guard seems to further reinforce the "get out of here" clause. Sorry about that. Let's keep us going. Suppose we're gonna have to keep this one in our keep as well.
Where's Inquisitor Akota? She walked off.
I was wondering that myself. Usually she's one to be on top of this sort of thing. It's a bit out of character for her.
Considering everything that's gone on, I think she's understandably pissed.
Yes. I understand to a point. She always was a hard read, even for an Inquisitor, but given everything that's happened, how could someone not feel rage? I just can't wait to see what the Chosen are going to think of this. Their rage is going to be biblical.
B-Man, I did want to ask.
Yep.
What is my knowledge of High Shire's ruling body and governance?
You really don't have any.
I see, so blank.
Yeah. The most you got was, something was being made here a while ago, but, there's a lower section here. Allegedly, there's an above ground section too, and there's these guys that are all over. They seem to be in charge. And there's these Inquisitors that seem to be commanding the scene. That's about it. They mentioned of those Chosen dudes, bits and bobs from past and conversation, but this is all very new. A little bit of culture shock you're experiencing.
Yeah.
As you suddenly are thrown into a world that you didn't know still existed.
I'm definitely keeping eyes and ears out to build up info on how this place works and functions.
All right. And this now incarcerated figure joins the conga line of Shire Guard as a impromptu zig and zag would get you on track, finding your way eventually back to the surface, hopefully in due time. And everyone may roll one more round of perception checks.
Boy.
I guess the prisoner shall also do so.
Hey, let's go.
Bonk. You don't get a 19.
Mediocre.
All right. Let's see. As you would snake your way out of Undershire proper and into the winding adjacent caves. It would be a good close to 2 hours of walking through various caves. A lot of the Shire Guard are stopping denizens along the way, either to clear them out of the way or ask a few simple questions. It looks like they're trying to keep their bearings, as the denizens are seemingly cooperative, although a few of them point one way and some point in the complete opposite direction. So, through much of understandable frustration, it takes a little while before you feel like you're getting out of the pit of the underground. And the further out everyone would see themselves winding, the less cracks in the earth you would experience. Until towards the tail end of this trek, it looks like that damage that had been done by the cartographer corps has, well, looks like you've left the epicenter. And before long, you would see a winding path that continues at a upwards angle. And rounding a corner finally, blinding you all almost, would be the rays of sunlight. And for Dismas, if I'm saying your name correctly,
You are.
you would, even a good 5 or so minutes before seeing this, this is some pretty brightly lit caves. You're kind of curious on like where the light's coming from, but for you, this is almost obnoxiously bright. And upon rounding the corner and seeing raw, unabated rays of sunlight, you are almost all but blinded as you would instinctively wince your head in pain, as you've never seen such a bright light. And it is, well, not for a long time at least, and it is extremely blinding.
Yeah, I suppose after the initial wince of pain, I would pause in the direct sunlight for a bit, kind of raise my head to let it hit upon my face, and just enjoy the feeling of the sun on my skin after a very long time.
Takes some getting used to, but as you all would continue to march your way out of the caveways, finally getting back to the kingdom proper, the warm rays of the sun hitting your skin are a sort of pleasure that you had all but forgotten about as you would exit out of the caves into the late afternoon sun. There's a lot of chit-chat that's going on among the guardsmen. Essentially reports coming to and fro, sending word along the chain of command. Are there any words from any members of the party?
I remember what I forgot. Oh, you guys are. The Inquisitor's gonna be so sore with me. I forgot to investigate the source of the runes. Oh! Oh, man.
Well, it's a little late for that now.
Yeah, I guess so. Shit.
Also, just kind of looking at the person who's kind of bound up. I think we found them.
We'll see, I guess, but I don't know. What do you call it? The carvings. It's a different style. I don't think it's related. If I'm gonna, but I don't know. That's just speculation. Shit.
Well,
Judging
we
from
found
the
something
person
more
themselves, it doesn't look like they've been out above ground for a while.
This one also would like a. When we're doing our inner interrogation, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Can we be given time in a private room where we can have a discussion?
You're asking that to the Inquisitor, or
Yeah, to the Inquisitor.
she
Because
would?
there's a lot to talk about between the party, between these two patrols.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, your two has effectively become one, given the unity of events. And under that clause, yes, you will have some time to decompress and collect yourselves. I'm sure after a few kidnappings and some anomalous events, there'll be plenty of opportunity for you all to... Wait. What? Oh, gods, look at that. Zula, help us. As her eyes are gazing at the sky, as you fully would exit to the slowly setting sun, you would see the golden protective halo of the Pillar of Commandments that previously blanketed all of Highshire is very visibly receding. And at its edges appears to be a corroding force, almost nullifying this veil, as cosmic energy is eating away at the protective energy of the pillar as it continues to recede back towards the pillar itself. It's a very slow process, but that's certainly happening, and it's certainly cosmic. You would look over, and there seems to be almost a pillar-like distortion a little ways off, maybe about a better part of a mile, where there seems to be a column of rapidly fizzling out cosmic energy, and you imagine that's probably the hole that was created by the core.
Oh, you gotta be... Someone cover the freaking kid's ears.
We're fucked.
Does anyone cover the kid's ears?
Nope.
Well, you gotta be fucking kidding me, you goddamn holy mother of fucking divine graces, goddamn fuckity shit. Can I get a motherfucking this break, will ya? Oh my god.
You feel better now, buddy?
I just turn to Dagny and say, No, I want to live today. And no,
You
Geralt,
can't possibly
don't
be
do-
blaming for this. I had no idea what was going on with the cartographer corps. It's never done that before.
You said we're blaming you.
I'm not blaming you, Dagny,
Then why are you looking at me?
because I'm judging you.
I have a question, B-Man.
Sure.
Do I recall what caused the collapse in that hole to be carved open?
Make a history check. And going off everyone's previous perception, now that you're seeing the more large scale of it, it looks like it was a hole that was punched in the veil, and the epicenter appears to be where the cartographer core went off. It looks like it sent a column of cosmic energy up into the air, piercing the pillar's veil, and there's an increasingly widening hole of unknown size, just yet on a now clear compromise.
You hear a
It's-
large sigh just saying, she was fucking right.
Ooh. As for Dismas,
I'm pulling Elijah, just pushing forward.
You're trying to decipher like how
Pretty much
this...
what happened when I was attending to things in that chamber, and something happened. I got briefly knocked out, I believe you said.
All you remember happening was you were preparing some form of ritual, Nothing that's too outside of your daily routines, lost in your own thoughts as you were by yourself, and there was a quake that you felt. Not necessarily one among the earth, but it almost as if there was a quake, as if the air itself shifted, and there was a cracking of stone that followed immediately afterwards, and then nothing.
This event that you all speak of, did it shake the earth?
Seemed that way a bit.
V shakes his head. Very slowly.
I see. Well, it would appear that whatever occurred there opened up a path from that chamber.
And now we have a bloody hole where
Yes, I see. It saddens me that the world has grown even more perilous in my absence from the surface.
who are you, by the way?
Ah,
I completely don't know who the fuck you are.
forgive me. As you can see, I am the recent arrestee from these fellows here. I am Dismas von Lorcan Salvatore von Hawthorne Dirge of Moorholm. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I'm V. I'll just call you Vaughn because I completely did not hear exactly what you just said.
Please, Dismas is my first name.
All right. Thank you. This one, it finds it very pleasurable to meet you. But,
Right. Let's actually get somewhere to talk.
yeah, we're gonna, I just wanted to go fucking home.
Yeah, same. But as soon as that happened, I was woken up by an inquisitor and had to go and save 2 people, one of which ended up dying. We're not all of us are not having a good day today.
I am curious, if you don't mind answering a few questions. You all seem different than the soldiers here. Are you a part of the governing force?
I'm going to take it by the way that you ask that question. You're not very familiar with around here.
I am afraid I am not.
Well, first of all, let me give you a rundown then. This is Highshire. This place. One last bastion of everything that's humanoid that hasn't died yet. Secondly, these armored folk are part of the governing force, like you said. Thirdly, we are sort of a part of that governing force. We're explorers, and quite often get stuck doing work like this as a result.
I see.
So, yes and no to your last question.
Who are the leaders of this Highshire, then?
That would be the people that live within the pillar, which I'm sure you're going to meet soon, judging by the sounds of how things are going.
I see. That is very good. I would very much like to speak at length to, well, those within that tower you speak of.
There's a little pitter-patter of goblin feet as Cobweb walks over to Dismas and introduces himself with a shallow bow. Hello there. You may refer to me as Lord Cobweb, the Jolly Green Giant, and future king of all goblin kind. Pleased to meet your acquaintance.
Every day he adds something new. What? This one does not understand.
Charmed. I would shake your hand, but as you can see, I'm currently in cuffs.
Mm.
But the Lord. I am curious. How much land do you own? Any
How much? I got
businesses?
I've got this really nice hole. You'd love it. I'm telling you. It's a big hole. It's a pretty big hole. You know, what is it? My buddy Thistle, he's got a bigger one. But he got stabbed last week, so
You two already have holes in common, isn't that great?
It would appear so. Though I am sorry to hear about your friend Thistle. I hope he has a speedy recovery from his stabbing.
you, no, he was kind of a dick. But you're cool though, I guess. By the way, I noticed those glowing sigils. And he pulls out a little wooden tablet with the basically every rune that he's encountered so far. While in Undershire, do any of these strike you as familiar? Any of them at all? There's only 3, but basically the one that was under the campfire, the fucked up one, and the one that was in the fight pit itself.
I'll pop a gander.
See. Remind me the one in the fight pit itself where that was. I'm not. I don't remember.
I could have swore I found 3. No. Okay, it was not in the fight pit. It was in the the rune that teleported me into the fight pit.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. For Dismas, these runes really aren't familiar to you at all, but you can make your best interpretation of it if you'd like with an Arcana check.
Sure. No.
Yeah.
No.
The runes appear to be made of runes.
Apologies, but these runes of yours are foreign to me.
That's what I was afraid of. Don't take this the wrong way, but I was totally hoping that you were the guy behind this so that I could punch you in the face. But since you're not, that's cool. Yeah, you're all right, I guess.
Well, thank you.
No hard feelings, just business, you know.
Oh yes, of course. It is quite all right.
You know, since there's something underneath the underground, do you reckon there's something underneath the underground?
What, like an undercity?
Yeah, like we went under and we found this fellow. If we go under again, will we find someone that's even weirder?
Huh. You know, I hadn't even thought of that. Holy shit.
Be a guy with all the runes.
Being that I'm from Undershire, can I remember any sort of maybe snippet of lore that there might be something under? The under?
You can roll history.
Alrighty.
How many layers deep does this hole go?
There's always been rumors that, hey, check out this secret part of the tunnels that you're not supposed to ever go into that has something really cool, but that's really, for the most part, never been anything more than tall tales. And what you have here, this is pretty out of the way of anything that you've heard rumors of, especially with the red glow of those sigils. That definitely would have been something that whoever's gonna mouth off I would have led with. So really, this is new.
Yeah, I doubt there's an undercity. That's just the sort of thing that mamas tell their goblings to keep them in line.
Well, that's a shame. Looks like people won't have anywhere to go once up here fails then.
Well, better to die standing than die in a hole, I guess.
Thought you liked holes.
Well, it's not. See, the thing is, if you die in a hole, you're already buried. There's no ceremony. How the hell am I supposed to get some rest? Yeah, you know, whatever. Ugh.
I'm just fucking with you.
The group
Yeah, I
I'm-
know. Stop it.
B-Man, the group I'm with, are they lugging around body bags?
Yeah, there's a small one, there's a big one.
And then there's just a right-sized one.
This one's just right.
You don't know what's just right for, but it's
That's
just
fucking horrible. That's just foul.
That's some gallows humor.
If you do not mind my asking, those fallen, were they friends of yours?
One of them is. Well, acquaintance. The other one was the person that put that person into the ground.
I see.
Hmm.
Condolences for the loss of your acquaintance.
Appreciated.
I just met the person, so this one doesn't really know what to expect. Points at Agni, if anyone.
Well, Dagny's not near you. She's rushed ahead of y'all.
I know, I
Aw.
point all the way over there, over yonder, saying, if anyone needs some company, it'd be that one.
Yeah. But she's kind of running off, and I don't think the guard will let you run after them.
I ain't running after any of this shit. I don't get paid enough for this shit.
On the bright side, you could be arrested by worse people.
You guys get paid?
You
Fuck.
you don't.
This one forgot. I didn't tell you. Get paid.
That was the other thing that I was forgetting. Oh, I've just been pickpocketing this whole time.
Conklin, you
What?
didn't tell this one. We could have done this together.
Oh man, I didn't listen. Listen, it's not the kind of thing you mouth off about. I don't know.
The quality cartographers that are holding up High Shire's last hope.
Yeah, damn straight. We're the best of the best.
You hear the Inquisitor mutter under breath, Zula, help us all.
Yeah, we're the last hope, but it's just looking like Suicide Squad.
We're the backup to the backup of the backup choice.
And even then, now we fished one out of a hole from somewhere, so we even have a backup.
You know? We should just get fucking... We just give up. Just give up.
Just give up. Well, see, the thing is, I'm immortal until proven otherwise. I haven't died yet. I don't know if I can.
I mean, I don't know, you seemed pretty stabbed up back there, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, but did you see me die? No. Boom. Case in point, I'm immortal.
Just because you got a helping hand doesn't quite make you immortal, but if that
Aw,
makes you feel
yeah. Well, you know, I would have got up anyway.
Oh, of course.
I would. And he's still kind of salty that the Venerator did sort of fold him back savage.
Fold him like an omelet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I assume we arrive at the place eventually.
Eventually, yes, you would have passed through the inner gate of the Inner Highshire Kingdom. And you can see that there's some pretty purposefully moving guardsmen that are going around, and a lot of people are being stopped more than usual. It looks like a lot of interrogations is the best way to put it, is taking place. People are almost being harassed by these Shire guard that you're going by, and certain shops are closing their doors, seemingly not wanting to have to deal with whatever is happening until it all presumably blows over. So there's a bit of unrest in the streets and people being generally combative. Before eventually you would arrive at the High Capital. It is not nighttime, but that, sure.
It's fine, that's just a shimmering effect from everything failing.
Yeah.
Even
Clearly.
the sun's taking a break.
Yeah, the sun's decided, fuck this shit, I'm also out.
100%. We are. And I think now's a good time to take a good little 10-15 minute break.
Cool.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Did want to ask, this accent I'm trying to do, am I understandable?
Yes.
No, yeah, you're
Oh,
fine.
yep.
You're good.
I'm digging it even, you know.
Yeah, it's fine.
It works. I don't have an issue with it.
As long as I can understand what you're saying, I don't care what accent.
Also, probably easier not to have to switch to a voice changer every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely, it's nice not having to do that.
Well, he technically still is. He's just doing it organically.
Doing it with your own mouth hole instead of a computerized one.
Yeah.
Feedback by 8, right, B-Man?
Let's do a 15. So 806.
Alright.
There, I have established dominance.
There we go. Put that in chat for reference for you.
Minigun, meat, flintlock musket.
I wanna.
What?
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 Flat?
I'm curious, what voice do you think I'm trying to go for? I want to see if I'm nailing it or not.
Do the voice.
I am Dismiss von Lorken Salvatore von Hawthorne Dirge of
Ah, yeah.
Morholm.
You are obviously being an Indian.
I mean, I would have said like some sort of like Germanic nobility or something like that.
Some East European accent.
Yeah, like something along those lines.
Okay, good. I'm pulling off what I'm intending.
Yeah.
Yes. No, you're doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Fiddle Comrade.
Yeah. No, I was afraid I was sounding too Russian.
You are.
No.
Yes.
Nah, you do fine. Straight up look like you're either from Bloodborne or Darkest
Yeah, I was
Dungeon.
about to type in this bloody born.
Like the theming. I think I recognize it.
Don't worry about it.
Wait a minute, I've seen this
Wait.
before.
With the
I
moment
know this one.
I heard the smell of blood, I'm like, oh boy, here we go again.
Don't worry about it.
Yo, bro! Look how much dodge canceling's happening in that roll.
Yo, bro, I got the light roll.
Yo, guys, look, I just looked in the hole and peered down the hallway and somebody parried someone else with a cannon.
Look at that. I just shotgun you in the face. Yeah, this is absolute great gameplay. I'm excited for Elden Ring's DLC coming up.
I haven't played Elden Ring, I need to get on that.
Yes.
I still need to
And
beat it.
to show you how to, like, modding it is really simple. What the fuck are you? Hold up. A treasure hunter?
You know, if there was any water whatsoever in this campaign of significance, I would be tempted to play a pirate.
Oh, what was I thinking? But yeah, the what's it called? The modding community for Elden Ring is pretty damn nice.
Oh yeah, didn't they make that true co-op mod?
Yep, that and Elden Ring Reforged are the two main mods you're gonna get. Then everything else is really simple. There's two ways of modding Elden Ring. 2 ways. But it don't matter which way you do it. UXM is my preferred because it's the epitome of drag and drop. You just gotta make sure you have the correct files in the correct place. Ooh. Nice.
Dirge. Morphorm. Are we all here?
Don't worry about it.
Take me to your leaders. I can be trusted with knowledge of the surface.
These freaking mole man.
We unearthed a whole ass mole man. They believe they're a Russian consort. It's rather strange.
Or maybe Russia is only mole man.
So what you're telling me is that the High Shire is the last bastion of good, and that on the other side of the planet, the last bastion of evil is Russia.
Yes.
Hey,
I think we just solved the mystery.
They can't be knocked down prone. They always fall into a squat.
eventually High Shire gets rebranded as the Ukraine. This entire campaign is propaganda.
Yep. There is no such thing as healing potions. There is healing vodka.
Hey, that is a potion as far as I'm concerned.
Oh,
That
I
makes
would
you feel all jiggly.
Look, all I gotta say is, at some point, if you make a character that has both proficiency in alchemy and brewing supplies, that if you don't make alcoholic potions, you're missing out. It's fine, I'm resistant to bludgeoning damage. If only because I'm pissed out drunk.
All right. Everybody here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mayhaps.
Nice. All right. Slowing down for nothing, there would be some fragmenting of the line as you reach the high capital proper. A lot of the criminals being taken in for questioning are redirected and marched off to some Shire Guard barracks that you would know have some holding cells where they will be questioned, probably detained. They'll find a reason. As for your group, the Inquisitor, a few of the select elites, the strange guy that came out of the hole, as well as the bodies from the vents underground, would all be directed towards the Pillar of Commandments. And the Inquisitor speaks up. Ordinarily, I would send everyone to the Inquisition Hall. For this, I believe we should get the opinion of the Chosen themselves. You are a high value item now by this point. And I don't see a Kurakota anywhere to overrule me, given that she has jurisdiction over your patrol.
Let's go and talk to the big scary owners of Highshire then.
I understand you're acquainted with them, but when you speak only truths. Anything less, and they will see through it. Together, you and them will determine the future of Highshire.
No pressure then.
Well,
I think I left the stove on.
I mean, if it helps, you could picture them naked, perhaps.
Oh no, they're hot!
Yeah, no, that's not gonna help.
Oh jeez.
But, may I ask an actual favor from you then, Inquisitor?
Of course.
So, we had something of an automaton with us before we went underground, and, kind of not sure where we left it. I believe it was at the estate we investigated.
That garish thing.
Yes, would you do me a kindness and bring it to us?
I can have that arranged.
Thank you.
We did an inspection on its part list when you were away. It looks like a lot of those pieces were one among many that were smuggled outside of Highshire during the early days. There were quite a few of those that went missing.
Well, I would explain it then. We happened to find it in the hands of bandits, so that would explain a lot.
Yes. It looks like they've become quite organized.
Well, they were organized.
They may be more resilient than one busted operation to put a dampering in their plans.
I doubt where we found them. They're going to be there. There were quite how do you describe it? There was a strange creature that actually has a nest there, along with I believe they're bullets. They're called.
Those ones were desperate, but I'm sure you can see the report if you ever get curious.
I'm sure their choice of real estate suits them.
Yeah. But good to know. Thank you for telling us about that, actually.
And with that, you would cross the gilded bridge and would arrive at the mouth of the Pillar of Commandments, as you would be shown inside, as the party would come in, leading the way with the Inquisitor, and the concerned bodies behind everyone else, as you enter the gilded sanctum.
I'm still cuffed, I believe. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
As you would enter. And
do they take Elijah somewhere else?
Elijah is with you. He's just not on the board, but I'll put him
Okay.
on there as a representation.
Okay.
He is essentially right up next to you.
Okay.
There he is.
Thank you.
Elijah acquired.
This is true. And of course the elite are with you too, but in the bodies, but putting them on the board is a bit redundant.
Yes.
And in you would go. As the last time you were in here, it was quite the crowd, as it seems to have returned to its relatively peaceful state, as you would see at the helm a familiar and friendly face to some, Chosen Sadrius.
His head gleaming as ever.
Uh-huh. to his side, a chosen that you are less familiar with, but you would recognize this one as Apollinaris.
I have a question. I'm not sure if it's just the token, but are they physically larger than medium-sized humans?
Yes.
Apollinaris, definitely. Chosen Sadrius does appear to be somewhat larger than he last was, but it's not as if he just shot up 3 feet. There seems to be a bit of a complexion to his armor, a consecration that seems to be responsible for this apparent upping in size. So it's not like he just suddenly went bigger, but
Yeah.
Yeah, part of becoming a chosen.
You know,
Azula's one hell of a drug.
Well,
Hey,
see,
Cobweb is
part of
fangirling. Chosen Sagrius is using rune magic to make himself bigger. Oh my god.
Yeah, look, don't you know that as becoming chosen, one of the rites of passage is the infecting process?
Yeah. I'm halfway there then. Shit.
Yeah, you were already well on your way to becoming a chosen.
I will say to Elijah as we're getting within distance, you don't need to be afraid, but I wouldn't say anything out of turn. Just speak when spoken to, okay?
I don't know. I've stolen some stuff that if they know about it, they could put me away for a long time.
They won't ask about that. I promise you.
All right, because like I haven't been this close to this. This is
It'll
kind
be-
of a lot.
It'll be okay.
This
I'm
whole
right
place
here.
is really shiny.
I
Like,
know. You'll be okay, though. I promise.
all
Yeah, I
right.
feel like this is
Just
a
stay
different
close to me.
caliber to being reported to the principal. It's just a godly version
your
of that.
petty thefts are of no consequences here.
Probably not to them anyway.
If they were, I'd have been put away a while ago.
I would have been
I mean,
shot.
what?
On approach, there would be a number of the Shire Guard who are moving in and going about, and they seem to know the place to go, as if this is protocol. And upon being met, there would be a shuffling behind the chosen of their own, seeing as there are now people among them. There would be a moving from around the bend as their supposed guardsmen would come in to join the congregation. You've seen these only once before, and it was during the Kingdom Address.
Mhm.
Ah, the elite.
The super elite.
Hmm. And with the Shire Guard going about their business, the Inquisitor would step forth and would begin to speak as Apollinaris looks up at her. Sadrius appears to be in the middle of some form of religious ceremony of sorts. There is a soft glow in his hands as it looks like there are some things on a table that are being prepared, consecrated. Hard to tell at a glance. As the Inquisitor begins to speak, Eminent Chosen, Sadrius and Apollinaris. If you weren't already briefed, there has been a development that has taken place with these. And she gets immediately cut off.
We are aware on what took place. You did well to bring them here. Bring the bodies before us. They will be judged. The unfamiliar one in shackles. Unchain him and reintegrate him with his things. Once the bodies are before us, Inquisitor, be gone. And take your Shire Guard with you. We have them.
As Apollinaris commands the Inquisitor, who very promptly would follow orders without question. As Dismas, you are reunited with the sack that contains your things, and your shackles are unbound. And the guardsman would bring in and produce before the chosen the 2 bodies. And with them filing out, the Inquisitor gives a look to all of you, a bit of an encouraging nod and a smile, and is on her way. It would be Sadrius that would look up once all that has been taken care of. And you see he looks down at the body of Rin, and there is a bit of sadness that traces his face before he looks up to the rest of you. Zula has spoken, and she is furious. Never have I thought a god so warm, capable of such wrath. How are all of you?
Exhausted.
Well,
Dagny just looks down.
Dirt in my blood.
V does when you're tired and you're reading a paper and you take your thumb and finger and you wipe your eyes to your nose and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He does that and says, and just gives a large audible sigh.
that is to be expected after going through something so harrowing. The icon of veneration. This hurts my heart.
There's much that she has kept hidden from you, your eminence.
The title of Venerator has been passed down for generations. They have always been revered as those who are daring enough to do what other icons could not by Tenet, an arbiter of the chosen.
And yet she kept visions of the future out of your hands.
Quite so. It seems as though these visions drove her mad. What understanding do you have on these visions? It seems you have had previous experience with this sort of thing, have you not?
Only by word of mouth. Before we met the Startographer, Nishira had somehow communed with the rings, and we received these visions, and which led us to the Startographer. It wasn't until after we were soul-bound to the core that whatever visions of the future we had were lost to us, along with the goings of our travels.
From what we've seen from our friends, these aren't just visions either. They're more like spirit walks. They've been tangibly damaged by them.
The only one who would have any knowledge would definitely be Obosh.
We have kept him safe. A close eye has been on him. I myself have tended him at multiple points. Talioth has him in his keep. If there is any rot in his mind or in his heart, he would see it coming well before it has any chance to permeate. Amazingly, Obosh is pure of heart, despite being cursed with this knowledge. Our Venerator is a different case entirely. It is unclear if these visions have certain effects on those who do not know how to process them, or if the longer one holds on to them, the less they are able to compose themselves in a way that makes sense. A madness.
Sadrius takes a step towards Rin and lays a hand on the body. There's a glow in his hands.
She attacked her with the same blade that affected Obosh. Summoned it to her hand.
And with her death, it disappeared.
Whatever deal she made, whatever power she had, whether it's dead and gone or dormant, looking for another, I cannot say.
This power. Yeah, the wounds afflicting Rin's body. It's a match.
Akoda couldn't even resurrect them. That's why we're here.
Akoda is not a chosen. I am. And you'd see Sadrius is kind of further prying at the wound. And Apollinaris studies the body as well from a distance.
The weapon that inflicted a wound like this. Let us be clear, cartographers. That is never something that we gave to the Venerator. Yet another secret that has been kept, only to do untold damage.
Vishanti,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
you
Ghetto?
saw the blade like the rest of us, right? Would you be able to give them a rendition of it?
Yes. Yes, I can. Right now?
If it's not too much trouble.
You'll just pull up a chair nearby.
There's no chairs here, it's just pews.
Okay, I'm just gonna sit on the ground, get my Crayola 64 pack. And yeah, I'm gonna
Could I give
take
him
the
a
time.
guidance and help, seeing as I was holding the blade at one point and got to observe it closely?
Sure.
Alright, that's gonna be a good old-fashioned paintings check. Oh, this is features, not inventory.
With advantage.
With advantage. Gotcha. I could have just hit advantage, but...
Yeah.
It's fine.
And a d4. Do you want to add that?
And a D4?
Yeah, a whole
Guidance,
d4
yeah.
for free.
Hey!
That's pretty
Oh.
good.
Love that guidance.
I really know how to draw swords with help.
All right. You would give a pretty good description in the form of your quick, handy paintwork. And you really capture the image. The real shimmer of this unholy energy in the blade is really what made this thing stand out. So you kind of give it a little bit of a wispy job, give it some accent lines, and really put a highlight on the little crevice on the handle that it had. You maybe overdid it a little bit in one area or another, but you just consider that a styling. It looks pretty good.
Artist hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely looks like it, alright.
Apollinaris would take in your artistry, and then his eyes would flash as there is an illumination from under his crown piece, as you would see a form of light that is prying at the body of the Venerator. And a while passes, but it seems as though, prying very deeply, Apollinaris was able to extract some information about this blade. There we go. I should have already seen that or not, but there you go.
Whether through demonic blessing, celestial bequeathment, crazed experimentation, or masterful craft, This weapon has been enhanced by a startographer to sever life from Helios beyond recovery.
Ooh, that last sentence is not a fun one. Creatures reduced to zero
To
hit
zero hit
points
points from an
attack.
attack by this weapon instantly and cannot be revived by any means short of a true resurrection or wish spell.
Yeah, for when you really want something dead. Alright then.
Yes.
No
Go
wonder
fuck
there
yourself.
was no.
Go fuck yourself, Blade.
The
No wonder there
being,
was no witnesses to the xylographer.
there was a
That's not-
being she talked
oh,
to.
yeah.
Troublesome. But continue.
Well, Elijah here, and I'll kind of bring him around to the front of me, and I'll say, he's a very smart boy. He helped to get me and Rin out of the cage, and through use of magic scrolls, we moved around. I heard the Venerator's voice in another room, and since they couldn't see me, I looked in, and they were speaking with this individual, a cloaked figure. They were wearing a silver mask that had no mouth, and the inside of their hood was lined with stars. The Venerator was talking about using comprehend languages on Rin's diary, which she handed to this individual. Why she would do such a thing, I don't know. But I can tell for certain there's something. It's possible she may have been working with that individual, whether they are a startographer or not.
These individuals had a particular interest in Rin. It is understandable if this interest extended to the rest of the cartographer patrols associated with you. But this journal you described is personal. Does it bear a strange resemblance to the prophecy which this Venerator held?
I don't know. It was something that Rin wrote in, probably had their life story. I don't know if they did it during times of research. But whether there was more to it, I cannot say.
I believe it had like a metallic outline to it.
It did.
Correctly.
Sadrius would interrupt the ongoing conversation. As you can see through this entire time, he's been prodding these healing hands on the body. And as time goes on, you can see there's a bit of frustration on his face and some shaking of his head and some utter confusion as eventually he would look up.
What's wrong?
Unhealing.
We have beaten the bite of this blade once. It took great expense, conjure the necessary materials to get this to work. Were it not for that miracle, I would never have ascended to the rank of chosen. Zula chose me for that reason. If it's been done once, it can be done again. But I just can't seem to get I'm rather confused. This isn't like Obash.
What do you mean?
Lifeblood energy is something that we have a poor understanding of at best, but some of the highest regards of clerical energy and that which generates from the pillar seems to have resonation with it. With that, bringing one back is possible. A human can be restored from death, but I just can't seem to get the same hold on Rin.
What are you
It's
saying?
like I'm not even trying to work with a person.
Sadrius, what are you thinking?
Dagny, you know Rin quite well. Garrick, I imagine you much of the same.
I know why they're not healing a person.
It's
you-
not Rin's body.
No.
How do you mean? What exactly is Rin?
Rin, they were formerly an ancient being that was. They had a civilization to the east. They worked for humanity for a while before they were betrayed, and somehow their soul was forced into this body that you see before you. They were tortured for information.
Dagny.
There was a.
Dagny. Are you telling me that Rin is not a true human?
Whatever experiment they did to put that form on them is
A
not
white
what they
dragonborn named
really are.
Ragni did this to them.
That isn't the issue. What is Rin? Human or entity?
They were an entity.
Sadrius, the body is to be destroyed at once.
No, please!
I'm
Don't do
sorry,
this.
Dagny.
They were doing Venerator thought that they were trying to destroy Highshire, which is not the case. Rin came here because of him. And I hold Elijah. Elijah was. He had a connection with Portia Palethorpe. There was one sigil that he had on him that allowed him to get to her. Unfortunately, he had to leave Rin behind. Rin came here for him. And he found us. And my only wish was to try and help Rin in whatever way I can to help them, whether it be to renew their body or to. I don't know. I doubt they can go back to their old one. But there was a sense of humanity in them, no matter how much hatred it seemed to give off. I think they were just hurt.
Yeah, you know what? I'll second that. Without Rin, we wouldn't have gotten half as far as we got. As a matter of fact, we'd all be paced. The only reason the
Did they
Venerator.
have unholy assistance? We must know.
They didn't.
How can you be certain?
Everything they wear on them now was created by their own hands and used to defend us to the last breath.
Yes.
Entity or not, that's not an evil soul.
They made these for
nature.
me as I showed the arcane bracers. You know of my
Then-
ailment. They made these for me.
Do you know what Zula spoke of?
It's not like she ever speaks to us like she does to you, so please enlighten us.
I will. That's my job. Zula spoke of rooting out heresy from within. With a righteous anger, the likes of which I have not previously heard from her. The importance of this tenet is absolute. Have you not noticed the tension on the streets, on people's faces? Our grasp on them is failing. And those who are rotten to the core are taking advantage of the increasing power vacuum. What do you expect to happen to Highshire when word of an entity in the shape of a human was in possession of something like the cartographer core?
Kept that information to ourselves for a reason. Because of this,
them die a
We had no
martyr,
idea
then
what I
we-
meant.
I understand your connection to this one. But chances cannot be taken. Entities wish to kill humanity. Period.
If they truly hated humanity, then why would she make this boy their ward? Why would they give me their bag of holding? Make these for me. Do you see that as a hatred of humanity?
I see that as a token to garner the faith of those around them to suffuse any suspicion. If they went around openly campaigning for the extinction of mankind, they would not have accomplished what they already have. The devils of this earth, they do not come to us in the form of wicked beasts, but as beautiful angels. This is the tenet the Inquisition exists upon. To find this evil, this facade, and extinguish it.
Then what does that make the Venerator?
A good question for interpretation. The Venerator was one that would carry out actions on our behest that we otherwise couldn't, for a number of reasons. Given a long leash, we see now that even one as committed as the Venerator can be corrupted. No bias can be given to anyone anymore. It is our mistake of giving the Venerator the benefit of the doubt, and look at the damage she caused. We cannot give the same benefit of the doubt to Rin.
Your chosenness. This one has but one question.
Speak.
If, and please, follow, let's just say, Rin was as if Dagny said. If someone who harbored lots of pain but did not wish ill upon others. And let's say if the Venerator did wish ill upon others. One is an entity, while another is a human. Doesn't this show the possibility that there are fragments of light in the shadow and shadow fragments in the light? That it's not dual-sided 100 the time, 100% the time.
As we have come to understand it, the Venerator's visions were bestowed upon them by a startographer.
It would seem so.
It also seems that the visions bestowed upon all of you also had ties to a similar figure. Another startographer, perhaps one and the same. Who's to know for certain?
Well, we don't know if Nashir is a startographer in disguise, but she had these visions through the rings. She communed with them. We haven't talked to her since then.
It seems as though perceptions of the future and wiping one's memory share common themes among these stargazing figures. If you would want an agent to corrupt a nation from within, the best way to convince that nation that you have been sending them an angel rather than a demon is for that corrupted themselves to believe they are an angel. It doesn't matter what they believe as long as they carry out the intended actions that undo everything that Haishaya stands for.
Now hold on. This one has not met this startographer, has not heard these voices, yet here I stay, wanting to fight for our survival. We can't fall into our base fears. Maybe it's a time to evolve, to become something new. Is it the old ways that are killing us? Is it?
I'm sorry. What was your name?
Vishanti.
Vishanti. Thank you. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. The old ways? How do you mean? The old ways were trusting the icon of veneration, thinking such a figure above corruption. Clearly those ways have only caused pain and grief.
The old ways are what I refer to as what is right now. We are giving into primal emotions. We are scared of dying. Perfectly reasonable. But maybe we should begin to look elsewhere for our answers.
Vishanti. I am the High Shiric Hierarch of Judgment. If you are concerned that my emotions are clouding my judgment, I can tell you now, on my tenure sitting upon this pillar, that my judgment is rational and sound.
Am I free to speak my thoughts without repercussion? Any repercussion or retaliation into this future. So that's with this one's and this one's close family, friends, and all that will not share any punishment.
That depends, Vishanti. Are you about to admit to something? Or do you simply wish to voice your opinion?
Oh, opinion.
You may speak, but I advise you do so carefully. We all work for the same goal.
I said before, there is light in the dark and there's dark in the light. You're saying the greatest tenet that must be followed is to weed out those evil from within. What if it goes all the way to the top?
Choose your next words carefully, Vishanti. You speak of heresy.
Why are the entities so hell-bent on killing us?
A good question. A question that was the foundation of the cartographer patrols.
Yes. This one read the flyers quite often. We do not know the answer just yet, but how we conduct ourselves while we still guess determines our future.
I recommend becoming more versed on the history of humanity's struggles before accusing heretical thoughts upon my own head. The entities coalesced and campaigned for genocide on humanity long before High Shire was forged. long before the first words of Zula were ever spoken. These entities have not once in observed history shown mercy. Least of all now. While the case with Rin is complicated, we cannot take a few kind acts from within the skin of a human shape to the absolute. Every nature of the steps that we take here, have taken previously, and will take in the future events, are shrouded in secrecy. It seems as though, with every passing day, things only become increasingly complicated. All avenues must be considered, and no judgments can truly be taken with the assurance that you know everything. Still, that is the difficulty of my job. I have to make these judgment calls to the best of my ability. And what I've seen here, the messages from above, the history of humanity, the complication to the Startographers, and the nature of Rin. The evidence is overwhelming. Even if there was a shred of good in their intentions, they have passed. And it seems we lack the means to resurrect them. Our human efforts seem to be incompatible with an entity. Perhaps there is reason for this.
So what will happen now?
I think destroying what we have remaining of Rin is a tad overzealous, Apollinaris. Even taking the worst assumptions, there's still much that we can learn. Least of all, we have any concern of this posing a threat. Given the wound inflicted by the bite of the Venerator's blade, and by the nature of their death, and the nature of their soul, I think we can keep a well-guarded place for Rin. There's only things to gain from keeping them in our keep. Wouldn't you all agree?
Yes.
As for the Venerator, I have little pity. The audacity to speak out of line during our hearing. We should have detained her then and there. It was as clear a cry as ever.
Got desperate towards the end.
Desperate enough to use someone in this room as a bargaining chip.
Well, keep in mind, guys, good people do bad things for good reasons.
No, I knew something was up.
Well, of
minute-
course, she'd gone mad, and
Even before
hers-
we actually had any interaction with her. Mayorks had a vision of her. And apparently they were physically there. They fought each other in their dreams. And the last battle nearly killed Mayorks.
He got wounds just like Rin.
well,
Leonidas did make mention of that vision, yes.
I don't know anything about that. All I know is that she's been my biggest opponent so far, and kind of sad to see her go.
I am saddened to see what the Venerator truly represented tarnished by her actions. I pray that her exposure to the Startographer is not a foreshadowing of the events to come with all of you. even with that troubling thought on the table, none of you have given any reason for us to doubt you. Even to the best of your judgments in making decisions in the coming roads. Like Apollinaris said, we can never truly know everything. You have to work with what you have. That's the real struggle of humanity.
I think us telling Inquisitor Coda about Rin's past broke her. She walked off. We don't know where she went.
There is much to be done with the information we've gained. I'm sure that she is using her anger intelligently. She always has. We will make sure she is well. Sometimes her passion for what we represent can be overbearing, but she always means well.
She just kind of looks down and just nods her head.
As for our new guests, which we have yet to see, and Sadrius is pointing towards Dismas, I got a briefing on what took place down there. I like to think that the events that led to your walking upon the surface are a pleasant occurrence, a silver lining, given everything that's gone on. We have much to learn about you and your people.
And we the same.
Perhaps in the immediate downtime, Patrol 26 and affiliates could show you our way of life. And perhaps you the same to them. Consider this a distraction project for the immediate future. We won't be making the same mistakes of letting you walk around the streets in plain view. It would seem that there are many eyes on you. Some like to take actions more desperately than others, and although the most clearly present threat is now dealt with, it will be giving you the means to traverse High Shire in the cover of a shielded appearance. This way, the tense nature of you in the limelight will hopefully not have such a gruesome consequence this time. There is a manhunt in progress for Portia, as well as anyone demonstrating signs of heresy. So, you'll have to excuse the now brutish nature of the Shire Guard. But we must follow the path before us. And Elijah, you are quite brave to have gone through all of this. You have my thanks. You will find a home here in the Pillar anytime you wish. And Eli's been scared stiff this entire time, and he's just kind of like giving really quick and frantic nods, like, oh, okay, all right, okay.
You'll have to forgive the boy. He's never been in quite a place as shiny as this.
And is a bit traumatized.
Yeah. Just kind of, just rubbing Elijah's shoulders in reassurance.
And Elijah is tense but would slowly begin to calm down. Apollinaris would speak up again.
You may rest in the Hall of the Inquisition. Obosh is currently residing there. If you wish to further entertain these lines of thoughts, should you wish to pry further into these memories of the future, we will not prevent you from doing so. But we urge you to think very carefully before doing so.
Yes, Your Eminence.
With that, Sadrius would cradle the body of Rin, and Apollinaris, with a wave of his hand, would cast something that you can see there is a white energy that begins to levitate the icon, as it seems as though they are doing their duty to take the bodies to their respective places. There's a dismissing nod from the two of them as the guardsmen behind them are keeping close to them. It seems though they're dismissing you, should you not have anything else to say to them.
I go
Dagny
to
will
leave.
just go ahead and take Elijah's hand and calmly turn around and walk out of the pillar.
V's not saying a damn thing. He's already said too much.
Bye-bye.
Just to clarify, B-Man, they're essentially suggesting dismiss, go with them for now.
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
I said.
You get the inkling that there's a lot that they have to deal with. So they're like, a new guy came out of a crevice? Yeah, stick them with them for now.
Yeah, that's
You're
definitely the
that
read
problem.
I got. Like, they're going through a crisis right now.
Yeah, like, you're very low on the list of things to deal with.
Now we have two people that crawl out holes in our body. Fantastic.
And with that, you all would leave the Pillar of Commandments.
And start making my way over to the Hall of Inquisition.
All right. The sun is mostly set by now as night is beginning to fall. As there are some guardsmen that give you some white space. They're not escorting you, but they're essentially giving you an air of protection. As it looks like you're still walking around as yourselves on your way to the hall. Is anyone doing anything before getting to the Hall of the Inquisition?
The hole in the veil, has it gotten any bigger?
You would take a look in the direction of where that had formed, and you can see that it's hard to get a true perspective on it, given that you're traveling away from it. But it looks like if it has gotten bigger, it's not by much. The white crackling of cosmic energy is a bit more subsided than it was previously. Perhaps it's slowing down, but you're not sure by how much and for how long.
We'll have to keep an eye on that now.
So where are we getting our disguises from that we were told we needed?
Suppose we'd have to go to the Inquisition for that.
All right. And with that,
Just as we're about to go inside, I'll kind of do the whole wetting my hair and smoothing it back the way Mayark's used to.
you do so as you would see a reflection in the water with the arcane lamps beginning to brighten and glow and illuminate the streets. As you get a cold splash of water running down your hair, and a memory would run along with the chill of the cold water.
I'm just gonna look at Elijah real quick, see if his face is dirty at all.
Yeah, he's dirty, definitely.
I'm gonna try and clean him up a little bit. Elijah, come here.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, I'll just kind of wet part of my cloak in the river and just wipe his face and fix his hair.
All right, okay. You don't have to. Yeah, you're not my mom. I get it.
You have to take better care of yourself now, dear.
Aren't there more important things to worry about?
Well,
Good impression starts with a clean face.
speaking of good impressions, Dismas, how do you feel now?
Oh, you remind me of myself with my brothers.
To be quite honest with you, I felt that my presence in that tower was a bit of an oversight. It seems your chosen were speaking of many delicate subjects.
If only we could get more arms to balance the amount of plates of bullshit that are going on here, is sort of the situation.
Indeed it is. And that is certainly a possibility. Something
So-
I need to think more of before suggesting it.
Well, it seems you're sort of stuck with us. I assume that won't be an issue.
For the immediate future, no, it shall not.
Alright.
Sorry they kind of dumped you on us like that.
It is a surprise, yes. Though, given the apparent state of matters, it is understandable.
Well, to provide you at least a little more cultural context then, what we are called is cartographers, and it would smooth over a lot of conversations if whenever you're asked, that would be what you say.
Speaking of which,
Ew.
we need to find a private room so we can look at the core.
Well,
We also
That's-
need a private room because we have a lot of questions, a lot to discuss.
We do.
well, the Inquisition halls are about as good as place as any. We do have free access to the rooms here.
Yes. Try to inquire about an empty room so we can begin our talks.
All right. You know the halls of the Inquisition very well by now, and you know that those side rooms that are commonly used for Inquisitor debriefings are at the disposal of cartographer patrols on a whim. You would find your way to the front desks and let them know that you wish to use one to get your current trajectory straight. They know who you are, well, most of you. And without further question, they would accommodate for a nearby room that could seal shut to give absolute privacy, which you all would promptly head into. The door would close, and there are no Shire guardsmen that are there to occupy the corners. You imagine, if anything, on a sudden request for a room, they'll be occupying the outside. As you are all sequestered away into this very well-furnished room that has a large central table with a series of chairs to sit down upon, and you have your peace.
Okay, Vishanti, I know you had questions for me and Garak, me especially.
Always questions.
Yes. This one needs to know, is there any other people plaguing you?
Plaguing me how?
I cannot go through another Venerator bullshit. What has the Venerator done to you? Why that despicable outburst of just what happened in the arena? What
Blind
was bring
faith
to
has-
you
Suppose it
a
had
list
to.
of enemies? Answer those and then we'll continue on.
Well, as far as enemies, I can't say for certain. I mean, Portia's probably on the list, even though she's in the wind right now.
Yeah, she was that woman that was parked in the corner when we entered the bar.
The Venerator
The
was somewhat of a variable that I couldn't get a grasp on, though I know she had something against us. Just her attitude in the cave. You remember, Garak, when we first entered the cave?
Of course I did. She stunk of shit the moment we met.
And then the thing that happened inside the pillar with her trying to accuse us of heresy like that.
She was, and probably still will be, the main issue we have at the moment. If you're asking for who else are enemies, yes, Portia's one of them. Her gang probably another. There are people who are taking more and more interest in us every day now that we have our faces plastered everywhere.
And
have
it's
the
no
important
doubt
thing.
the people of the Silent Echo would probably be watching us too. And possibly Drow.
Oh,
Those-
hey, I don't really know about those guys. Oh, I mean, like the echoes themselves, probably not. But like, what you got to worry about is whoever was, puppeteering them. Which that's probably the Venerator. So you're probably good. But there's still the other guy you talked about. So I don't know.
Well, there was one of them, the one who was, I guess he was messing with the dogs. He was also working on Rin's homunculus thing. Do you happen to know his name?
Like any of the dudes that were like messing with his stuff? Probably not. No. No, I really didn't know any of their names. Like I didn't know any of them personally. Like I knew Portia. She's been good every now and again. When she's around. Most of the other faces, they just kind of come and go. And like
Okay.
those Drow, like I mean, they I'll tell you one thing, they do like to bunch together, but they don't really dig for stuff like you guys do. Like all this, like they probably don't have the brain power to think all the stuff that you guys have to deal with. They really just look for shiny stuff, or want to stab someone, whoever's trying to take their territory. They work kind of a lot like animals, to be honest.
I could
There's
definitely see
also-
that in that Drow's eyes.
There's also 2 possible future enemies that I might as well warn you about now, judging by how things are going.
Oh, great,
you
more of
mean?
them.
What do you mean?
Well, come on, Dagny, look around you. Isn't it obvious at this point? Everything's failing, people are getting desperate. The reason why we need disguises is because the common man in the street might attack us at this point. Just to try and get something to happen. Moreover than that, while I don't agree with Vishanti on possibly what he said earlier, I do see why he's saying it. If the Venerator's corrupted, then who's to say it doesn't spread even further outward? And more importantly than that, we have the interest of beasts on the outside. I mean, hell, why do you think this is all happening? We obtained something that seems more important than other items we come across so far, and as soon as we do, Rin dies, and then a bunch of outside ethereal creatures also decide now's a good time to attack the city. If you want a list of all of the possible things that want after us, there's a good broad spectrum.
That also stands to question. There was cosmic energy in the core this time. It wasn't there the last time we summoned it. And yet when you looked at me after that happened, I feel like you know something.
Of course I do. I've been trying to study that core myself. Seemingly we're the only ones who are able to touch it. Of course I want to know more. And in doing so, I may have triggered something. I don't quite know what happened myself. I was still trying to figure that out, which is why I was understandably a bit mad when you suddenly summoned that out of nowhere.
Garrock, what did you do?
If you want me to tell you, you can't be mad. You're not allowed to throw any spells.
Speak it!
Hey. This one needs to hear a promise.
Yeah,
Both of you. This is a space where we tell each other everything.
Yeah, Dagny, you wouldn't want to leave a poor impression on a very impressionable kid, Because, like, maybe I'll, like, be like Portia 2 or something if, you said
Dagny
that.
will take her cane, which is also her arcane rod, and just throw it across the room. And just hold her hands up.
Hey, kid. I don't know who you are. I like you.
Hi,
though.
I'm Elijah.
I like Elijah.
I'm B. I like you. You're chill. You're
Hey,
good.
V. How's it hanging?
Right.
Garrock,
Fire rope.
my patience is wearing thin. What did you do?
I did some non-arcane investigation. Ren always did the arcane version, so I did the spiritual equivalent.
You showed the core to it?
You don't even know what it is.
And yet, did you summon it in its plane?
What the fuck?
I believe, Len, I need to give a couple of you a bit of context.
Oh, wait. Was that the whole hot milk spilled on the rug thing?
You know,
Ha-
given a moment to explain everything would have been great, but we kind of got wrapped away immediately trying to save you and Ren. So,
Oh, hey. Okay, so, I've seen some people have this thing when like they all want to talk about stuff. There's like, is there a pillow in here? Hey, I maybe I can find a pillow here. So what you do? You hand someone the pillow. Like that's like the I'm in charge pillow, and you hand it to someone, and only they can talk. I think it's a good idea.
the talking stick method, we had that back in my tribe.
Well, I mean, if we do a stick, someone might get hit.
That's understandable.
I mean, Dagny disarmed herself. We don't want to rearm her. You know. No offense.
She just
Dagny.
kind of crosses her arms at this point.
Hey,
Alright,
sorry, I just no one's good. All right, I'll
Oh,
find
I agree.
something.
I'm going to
Grab
give
the
the
pillow.
kid a high five.
No, he's
he
right.
jumps up and high fives you.
So, who wants the pillow first?
I point to you.
Understandable.
Wait, I think I got something.
Actually, what do you got?
Never mind. This is not gonna work. All right, I have a vial of acid.
I have something. And he pulls out a gigantic ear from his pocket.
Ah, the talking ear. Perfect.
I get a trophy from a creature I've killed. This is an Etten ear.
You know
Oh,
what?
that's cool. So,
Yeah,
dude.
it's all leathery. It's not like fresh or nothing. So
I
He-
get
he-
it.
yeah.
Yeah, if you have the ear, everyone has to listen to you. That's awesome.
See, yeah, all
That
right.
is very thematically appropriate. Alright then. Pass me the ear, I guess.
And he hands it to him.
And as soon
Garrett's
as
Kind of confused a second, just looking at it.
you have the ear, Eli kind of puts his hands up to like stop everybody, and he does like a motion on his lips. He's just like, calm down, everybody. Shh.
Story time in my old tribe, I guess.
Yep.
Alright then. So I will obviously say that given the extent of how everything's going so far, I would prefer if this is all kept strictly between us.
I solemnly swear, I know I don't have the ear, but I solemnly swear not to say this outside.
I mean, promise is as good as anything in this day and age, so
Dagny crosses her heart and then holds up three fingers.
Right.
Sure, I guess.
And, well, you don't know any of us, so honestly, you're probably the safest person to tell bullshit like this.
Mm.
Just looking at, Dismas.
Hmm.
So, by this point, it's probably very obvious that while I'm a man of faith, it's not exactly typical gesturing to himself. I don't. Well, I have a lot of respect for the gods. It's just that the one that I choose to place my trust into isn't Zula. But they are Zula aligned, is the best way to put it. The goals match, and we're all on the same page. The creature that I worship is a being known as Gilfu, an old spirit believed to be the person who originally gave the tools to people such as Zula to create beings like the ones that we are. But as the story goes, even with the gods apparently, emotions took over. And unfortunately, when you see someone who can create things more than you, jealousy can reside and fights began, until eventually Gilfu was the godly equivalent of burned at the stake. What things he could craft and make and all of that were shot and burned and much like his own body, left in the dust. Maybe that's perhaps why he chooses to give me power like I have. Because I have, unfortunately, gone through a similar experience out in the wilds before I came here. Which brings us to the context of what happened last night. In trying to figure out more about the core, I did my own mundane research, as any good scribe should. But I wanted an extra set of eyes on it, and quite frankly, at that point it seemed like we had exhausted all abilities that we had else. I left it till last. For, understandably, with hindsight, reasonable reasons. I did offer the painting that you gave to me, Bashanti, as an offering to them, and while the painting is gone, it is permanently somewhere else, and will always be there. You can be angry or take solace in that. Both are understandable. But when I talked to him, I did try and put our collective heads together and see what we could figure out. He wanted to obviously know more. His curious nature is the same as humans, weirdly enough. And seeing as he has no other quarrels or qualms, I decided to warn him that this could immediately backfire. Because understandably I care for my god as much as people do for Zula. But he was fervent in that he could perhaps glean information that most of us would have missed. So, yes, Dagny. Eventually, I did summon it reluctantly. What happened there was such a blinding, immediate result that it literally blew me from my vision physically into the wall. I don't know why. Maybe it was the amount of whatever magic's mixing with the wrong type of magic. I know it absorbs things like you do. And apparently, that source from my god might have just been what was overwhelming it when we summoned it earlier today. I was still trying to figure that out. I wanted to give you a warning, but we got swept up in saving you first. And, talking about that in public didn't seem like a smart idea.
Well, it seems that summoning it within your god's plane means that your god's plane is made of cosmic energy.
Dagny, you don't have the ear.
I just kind of side-eye him.
Would you like the
Yeah. Dang it, Dagny. I could have responded, but I didn't have the ear.
You don't have the ear either. I don't have the. God, I'm messing it up.
I'm just gonna hold the ear out between Vashanti and Dagny for whoever wants to grab it first. Or whoever wants to just grab the ear first in general.
I will grab the ear. I'll snatch it from his hand.
Garrett just folds his arms and sits back.
I understand that your god is a god of knowledge. I remember that when you used the ritual on the power stone, on the keystone. But now this actually gives us something about cosmic energy. It means that, I don't know if your god has other worshippers. As far as we know, you are the only one. But if we put them as Zula aligned, as you said, it means that the gods don't necessarily dwell within divine energy. They can survive within cosmic energy as well. And they seem to make their planes from it. So the fact that seems that the cartographer core can take in that sort of energy. And it certainly had set off after Merrick's was on the edge of death. And it's also something that the Venerator could sense even after we shunted the core away. That still raises more questions. Why would the cartographer allow this to absorb cosmic energy in this way? Does it certainly was powerful force with how much energy it had in it, so just summoning it in that plane was dangerous, so if you ever do commune with your god again, I would advise not to do it again.
Just holds out his hand for the ear a second.
I'll give it to him.
I have yet to commune with him again, given everything that's happened today. But I will. And understandably, I won't probably do it again. Obviously, I still have my powers, so it didn't do too much harm to Gil. But if it can take that sort of magic, I'm starting to think that these energies work sort of like the Arcana and the Divine do. It's all power, but different types. And maybe there's a connection there.
Yeah, she just nods in agreement, yeah.
Who else would like the ear? One to back the ear coming right up.
This one. Fuck. God damn it. I just wanted to explain the thought process because it was very hard to tell exactly what I wanted to say with a chosen breathing down my neck and their fury imminent. I agree with you, Garrock. On many different levels when it comes to gods. I choose to believe in the gods of my mother's homeland. Not... I forget her name.
Zula.
Zula.
Oh, her. Yeah, that. But I keep it quiet because I know people believe in her, and it's hard not to when you had everything happen. But it will always bite me in the back of the mind. It wasn't until after the switch that did this being come into fruition. I pulled many scams back in my childhood. And the way you do it, whether you pickpocket, whether you scam art, or whether you lie, you give some people a bigger focus to draw their attention than to what you want them to see. For me, this is too convenient. Is it a deity? Probably is, or just someone that's extremely powerful. But... and maybe they might be a good person. But you see what's happening is our fellow citizens are falling into fear, and the Chosen are just squeezing tighter and tighter and tighter. Soon something will pop, and we might have a civil war, or just simply all die. So he hands out the ear to someone.
I will take the ear. And I'll say, nevertheless, once we've had our rest and gotten more acquainted with our new colleague, as she looks towards Dismas for a second.
Like, whoa.
Oh, fuck this, I'm out.
Sorry, I pushed the button and it moved. B-Man, I want to do something weird. Can I call
Okay.
for a roll?
What now?
Can I call for a roll for other people? Just, it's for most of your flavor thing, but it'd be something that, having spent this much time around them, they may or may not have noticed.
Sure.
Would it be perception or insight?
Perception.
I suppose perception.
Yes, I heard survival. Can I ever get a good perception roll?
No,
Like once?
no.
DC was 15.
Hey!
Cobweb.
I'll go with cobweb.
So,
on it.
DC's 15. Yeah, for Garrock, Dagny, and Lord Cobweb, and as Dagny looks at Dismiss, I suppose you might have come to the realization that ever since coming out of that hole, Dismiss hasn't breathed at all.
Are they still standing?
They can walk and talk just fine, but they don't breathe. You don't see the rise and fall of the chest at all.
So they're kind of statuesque at the moment.
Yeah, no, pretty much, like I said, ever since coming out of that hole. Just a tidbit that
Cobweb's,
you would notice.
Cobweb's way freaked out because he probably noticed it a while ago. But he doesn't have the ear, so he can't vocalize that.
He's just nervous fidgeting.
Yeah, I mean, she'll glance at Dismiss, kind of realize that fact, and then go back to what she was saying. Nevertheless, we have one mission in mind. We need to go to the northwest.
So, I don't have the ear, so I'm not going to say anything, but I will do.
I will hold out
something.
the ear and just kind of look.
Oh no, I don't need the ear. What I'm going to do is just real quick is give myself back one more spell slot using Harness Divine Power, and I just want to cast a little thing here, if you would humor me.
Okay, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I have one spell slot. Come on, give.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, well, if we put it on the map, it doesn't really matter for the purposes of this.
Oh,
You can just get rid of that.
evil and good. All right, let me
Just-
get rid of
Just
that.
sate my idle curiosity.
I suppose, for the sake of it, I do see him waggle his fingers and look at me intently. I suppose.
We did
Mhm.
smell a lot of irony blood.
Let me see.
Blood for the blood gods.
So I'm just wondering if Dismas falls under any of those.
Let me take a look. See here. Celestial Fey Fiend.
So I can find out whether it's quirk or character, basically.
Based on what I'm seeing here, no, I don't know. Let me see. Am I correct in saying no, Goat?
That's right.
All right. I wanted to make sure. Yeah, this wouldn't ping him as any of that.
It's not aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, undead.
Character,
Yeah.
I know what he is, but I'm not going to say anything.
Oh,
yeah.
and out of
He's a
character, I know
slime!
what he is too, but it's fun to figure out in character. And to that, after that spell's come and gone, Garrick will just kind of go,
Yeah. They're supposed to all cock their head at you after you waggled your fingers and moved at them.
oh yeah, it's literally just a small out of the room, basically. I was merely curious, but you not breathing had me ask a question, and I'm just gonna kind of steal the ears so that people don't complain.
I think the
Looking at
Chosen would
Dismas.
have been able to tell that if they were.
You'd be surprised what they are apparently missing.
What are you talking
hell,
about?
listen to that
Obviously
conversation
they're
earlier.
breathing. Oh, they're not.
No. I mean, I'm going to ask why, but it isn't as obvious as I thought it would be why you can't or aren't.
I mean, and she'll kind of approach Dismas now. It's like, needless to say, whatever you were working with dealt with some arcane but definitely a lot of blood, and I will hold out the ear to them.
I'll smirk a bit at humoring them by taking this ear. Well, I'm sure you could surmise by now that magic with a heavy scent of blood can only really be one thing. Blood magic, of course. Or hemocraft, as some call it.
Do I have any knowledge of hemocraft?
Roll history, as this would fall upon anything you may or may not have read in your books.
23.
There's a mention here or there among usually lists of pseudoscience and pseudomagic and things that are whispers from the world beyond, but nothing that's ever really said, yes, it's real, here's how it works. So this is a bit surprising to you.
That's funny. I've only heard of hemocraft as a pseudoscience. You're saying you are a wielder of it?
To an extent, yes. As I'll go ahead and simply bring a thumb up over towards my mouth, open it, reveal two prominent fangs amongst the flat teeth of human, and go ahead and prick my thumb. And then draw it away. Pretty much allowing this blackish blood to, of its own volition almost, streak up through the air and around me. And then I'll have the blood go ahead and solidify around my right hand to create this kind of overlay of bloodish armor around it, to create a long clawed gauntlet almost that's kind of superimposed over the hand.
Are you the only wielder of this kind of power?
Hey, that's pretty freaky, dude. I kind of like it.
As for the only wielder, no. Hemocraft can take many shapes and forms and has a plethora of uses. Many of my people are capable of such things.
I imagine this type of power is not without a cost.
B-Man, I
Yeah.
did want to ask, is Hemocraft, at least to my knowledge, the kind we do, specific to our race?
You haven't observed it being practiced in any other race. Granted, for your duration, there only ever has been your race while down there. And before that, it's still pretty much like you understand your own culture and very little from the outside beyond that to other cultures. So, yeah, you're the only one you know of.
Question, B-Man, because
Yep.
we haven't really talked about this, but I did want to pry about that. How many down below Undershire are of my kind, and how many? What's my kind's population, and what's our human population like down there?
Split roughly 50-50. You'd say probably a ballpark and 200 to 300 each.
Garrock makes reach for the ear for a second.
Yeah, I'll hand it over. But pretty much the question I was getting at, can the humans down there do Hemocraft?
I will get back to you on that.
Okay.
You've said it a couple of times now. And maybe I'm misinterpreting wrong, but between the fangs and the blood and a couple of other things, what do you mean by your kind? Because I'm going to assume not human, and then I'll offer the year back.
With those little teeth, I wouldn't think so.
That is only half right. Tell me, do any of you know what a vampire is?
Let me see.
This is a history check.
Yes, this is a history check. Dagny, you've heard of them. You believe them to be extinct, as
Ah, yes.
they are primarily mentioned in books of old.
It's not
They are
surprising.
a strange case where they're an example of something that is human being corrupted into something less. Whether they are true entities or something other than that is kind of hard to define. But yeah, they are typically referred to in a negative light.
I've only heard about them in a negative light, particularly that they went extinct as well, but seems they were
One
wrong.
could hope. You will never meet a more vile or contemptuous creature than a vampire. My kind, my race, are known as Damphers. We are descendants of vampires. Living, but cursed in a way.
So, do you require. How do you attain sustenance?
Another thing that I need to ask Fee-Man, do Damphers need to eat people food?
I say they can, but it doesn't offer them much. The closest would be meat, but you don't really have any of that down there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, you know the answer, as Dismas responds. We require the blood of humans to survive.
Only humans?
Humanoid species, humanity.
Does
Well,
it have
that's
to
kinda
be
weird.
every day or every once in a while? I'm not sure of the period here.
At least one decent meal a day, preferably more. But you can survive on one.
A certain amount each day would roughly equate to 3-course meals for those who are not burdened by this. Though we can go without here and there. I don't wish for you to act under the assumption that we skulk the night and dip our fangs into the necks of people. That is not how things work amongst my
Imagine so,
people.
but you'll have to forgive me if I find it a bit off-putting that not only has the Inquisition put you in our care, but she just kind of gestures all around.
We're all weirdos, if anything. It seems like the perfect place to put someone like Dismas.
This one agreed.
I suppose my main concern is, do I have to worry about you constantly?
The
No.
irony.
Damphers, my people, are very strict and stringent about discipline, of self-control. We are burdened by this thirst for blood, yes, but we are not ruled by it.
Okay. I'm holding you to your word on that.
Of course.
Is there
Now
any
then.
other topics?
You see, my people have been forced to live underground for... Do you know what year it is?
Do we know what year it is?
I'll state current year if there is one.
So, there's two essentially different ways to measure it. One is one is BFS, which is before Fallen Star, and AFS, which is after Fallen Star, which is kind of the new thing that seems to be making waves. The year is 0 AFS after Fallen Star because the omen happened pretty recently. The other derivation is years counting before the genocide of man, so BGM, and then AGM, which happened approximately 123 years ago. So if you want to follow that, it's 123 AGM. You could use either.
Year 123.
I see. Well, it has been quite a lot longer than I thought. But nonetheless, we have been living down there for many years. And of course, we have been facing problems with that isolation and all that it entails. I can assure you that you need not fear of dampers pouring out from the underground to feed on the people of Highshire.
Couldn't be any worse than what's outside.
If anything, to explain this to you so that you may understand, we came from Moorholm. And of course, Moorholm fell. Thus we came here, went to the underground. But at that time, the people down there refused to leave around us. And so we willingly went away. And the passages collapsed, built over, and forgotten. The Damford population is roughly equal to the human population down there. But we have been out of the loop, I guess you could say, of recent events. I believe something called the Omen was mentioned at some point.
Yes.
We did feel something deep below. And that combined with other troubles, well, things were not looking very good for us.
What do you mean?
Damphers require a constant supply of blood to survive. And isolated as we were down there, well, they still are while I am here. Well, the human population, low in numbers as the rest of my kind are, generational marriages, children, things of that nature, is, well, I suppose the most formal way to say it is that sickness, maladies, deformations, and the like is a problem that will fester out of control if left as it is now.
You need new population.
New blood.
Hey, when you go to feed, do you suck on people like an orange?
Elijah.
It's a good question.
Sorry, I just want to know.
No. However, some marriages, couples do that within the sanctity of their own home. And
Wait, why? Is there like a weird way you can feed if you're married?
We
Well,
can
I was-
talk
I was-
about that another time. Please
That's a weird
continue,
way to do
Well,
a
Dismas.
he
lot
can
of
put it
things
part
when
of his
you're married.
story. I'm just asking. It's kind of cool.
I hard eyes at fucking Elijah.
Yeah, that
see.
doesn't really work on me.
You're
Would you
too
prefer
young.
another way?
Too young.
We already said there was not going to be any heading.
Well, I wouldn't have to use my hands.
But to get on track,
I'll tell on you, Dagny.
but
Oh.
to get on track, the human population, if left as it is now, will spiral into even more of a inbreeding problem than what already exists.
What's that?
Means incest, Elijah.
What's that?
You know how there's a bunch of people walking around. He needs more of them from outside where he's from to make sure there's no diseases.
Oh, he needs friends. All right, I get it.
Yeah, he needs more friends to make more friends.
And, well, as for
Huh.
the Damphor population, they face that problem, though on a much minor degree. However, unions between Damphors and humanoid races, they always do result in the child being a Damphor. Thus, I'm sure you can see the problem that I am alluding to.
You wish to be rid of the curse.
I fear that is not a possibility. It is more so the problem my people face. The Damphor population is double so of the human population, given our projections and the like. And the human family blood is mixing, creating problems. Soon there will be more Damphors than humans.
And you need humans to stop that being an issue, but you can't make more.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's something at least Highshire might be able to actually help with for once. But that's a topic for later, I'm sure.
I did want your opinions on this thought I've had in the back of my mind ever since we spoke with your chosen. My people face a problem, as do yours. I believe our two groups can come together for the benefit of both. There are many Damphor warriors who I'm sure could lend efficient assistance in the defense of this place, in assisting in policing, or even in the work that you all do, in exchange for allowing our human population to mingle with that of Highshire. Of course, my people would not be opposed to receiving blood from those who are willing to give of Highshire's populace.
I think that would have to be something that you speak with the chosen about.
Yes, and I do intend to do as such, but I wish to hear all of your opinions on this.
Well, pass the ear to whoever you want to hear.
I agree. It should be up to the person. But if anything, we need more people in service to Highshire, whether there's protection or out in the field.
Good. Hopefully your chosen will see the potential of this suggestion.
Yes.
How much blood do you need to sustain you on a day?
I'll go ahead and simply tap this, the thing on my neck, if B-Man could show my character art again. You see that almost bell-like vial?
Yes.
I'll simply tap that.
Well, as a show of good faith, if you require any more, well, if there's one thing that is good about this body, is that it still has a lot of blood in it.
Speak for yourself. As he's just sort of sitting there a little woozy.
Well, is there anything else we need to discuss before we move forward?
I've said my piece.
Yes. You said to the northeast. Please remind me what's in the northeast.
The northwest, where the stars were coming from. Where
What is
those
our
stone
objective?
things were coming from.
What is our objective up there?
Find out what's going on. Who's doing all of this?
Are we going there to
No.
discover? Scout? Let's be more specific.
Well, we have an idea of the general direction that this scourge is originating from. It stands to reason that a few, exploratory missions in that general area are warranted at this point. Almost mandatory, really. We just don't know enough to move forward intelligently.
I think
is
once we
fair.
get past the mountains, we'll be able to figure out more.
Well, that's not gonna happen today.
No.
Yeah, before any of that happens, I'm gonna need a bed.
Same. So let's go and do all of
I'm,
that, I
I'm
guess.
saying this now. We're giving ourselves a day before we do anything.
I'm still owed 2 extra days.
Make that 4.
Oh, come on, you bunch of pansies. A day's all we need. I'll be back in fighting form in no time.
I would
That's the
agree with
spirit.
you, but preparation usually requires more than that, especially after fighting a venerator.
That's true.
And I guess I could use the time to go see my ma before I go.
And I need to see the family estate as well.
Well, let's go and find out what those fucking disguises they were talking about was all for.
Well, before we do, I think we should look at the core. It looked like it was damaged.
Last time we pulled that out, it bored a hole through the earth and knocked all of us flying. And you want to do that in this tiny room?
Let's
You have a point.
You know, normally I'd be like, sure, go ahead and do it, but I don't think whipping that thing out in the Hall of Inquisition is gonna do us any favors.
No.
Maybe we'll hold off. We'll hold off until we're away
And,
from anyone
On top of
who
that,
can.
I have another theory that is kind of an issue relating to that. The hole above the protection.
No, there's no doubt. The cosmic energy did that.
Given everything I have learned since, as you say, climbing out of that hole, I cannot help but think that your chosen's words, that our meeting was, well, very lucky indeed.
Suppose so.
With getting help for your people, your best bet might be talking to an Inquisitor.
Indeed it is. I
I hope they figure out where Akota is. She'd give us a little more insight.
I get the feeling she'll come to us. Again.
No doubt.
Right, well, anything else?
I gotta pee.
Same.
All right. Let's go get those disguises, and we'll figure out where a latrine is.
Road trip.
Right.
You would have some remnant knowledge on where the latrines are in the Hall of the Inquisition.
Yes.
All right. And
God, he's also potty trained.
Whoa!
13 years old. Of course he is.
Well, you gotta think he comes from a race of cats. It's probably not so cut and dry.
Mm,
yeah, I meant to ask that because like I like to play around with like there's like little stray cats that are mostly to hang around the underground. So like if I like dangle a piece of string in front of your face, like do you like go like crazy?
Only one way to find out.
you
I
gotta
know
find
you're
out.
just a kid, but that sounded a little racist. Holy shit.
I mean the cats do. I don't know if like
yeah.
that's
Oh, I got distracted by the string. You little shit.
hey. I'm just asking. I haven't seen one like you before.
Come on, let's go.
Hey.
What?
Hey.
I'm not.
And who are you calling little? This little kid's he's about as big as any of us here.
Well, thank you. And we're
Yeah,
getting bigger too.
that's what's up. Yeah.
Also, for raising a healthy child, the last thing you should do is try to stop their curiosity. It's very bad for the health.
That's why I haven't said anything.
Yeah, you heard it here first, kid. If you see a bug on the
Oh,
ground,
you
you
haven't
put it in
said
your mouth. That's what you
Yeah,
do.
eat it
Oh,
right up.
Nothing
been
like
do-
that, please.
I've already been doing that for years.
Oh my god.
See, there we go.
He's-
You
Health.
he's-
try finding a 3-course meal in the underground, okay?
Well, you'll definitely have that at the Silver High to stay if my stepmother decides to take you in.
Bugs?
Squishy snacks.
Not bugs.
Oh.
All right,
Aw.
but let's say I find one. I don't want to go to waste. I mean, come on.
You just gotta make sure it doesn't have anything poisonous in
Oh, look,
Wha-
here's the latrine. Go pee.
it.
You guys are about to leave the room as you're wrapping up. And the door would open. I assume Dagny's leading the way.
Mm-hmm.
That
Hey,
door would unlock. It would open up, and upon opening it, there is a friendly face right there at the entrance.
Oh gosh, she definitely rushes over and gives him a hug.
He has some company keeping him safe.
Oh my goodness.
Oh hey,
It's good
I
to
was-
see you standing.
I'm okay. I was just I didn't want to interrupt anything. The door was closed and locked. You know, don't want to be rude.
Yeah, sorry about that. We had to have some discussions.
Introductions?
Yes, everyone, this is Obosh. Obosh, this is, I'll kind of go counterclockwise. This is Lord Cobweb. This is Garrock.
God.
Hi.
The Elijah, Vishanti, and I believe it was Dismas. Sorry, I didn't catch your full name.
Dismiss von Lorcan Salvatore von Hawthorne Dirge of Morholm.
Yes.
I'm gonna call you Dizzy.
One of the Shire Guard would scan around the room and speaks up. 26 as popular as ever. Where are the other members at, anyways? I wanted to
Wait,
say hi.
Thistle,
Oh,
I'm sorry, almost didn't recognize you.
You would
oh
see,
no.
with a uniquely adorned helmet, Thistle.
Um,
Well, we have some bad news for you, I'm afraid.
I'll kind of go over towards Thistle. A lot has happened since you haven't been with us.
Well, I expected no less. Things been hard on you? Well, I suppose this is a stupid question given the stunt in the pillar, but how have you been holding up is what I should be asking, as he removes his helmet.
I don't know. Been hard to say the least.
I presume the ones who aren't here right now are gone for a reason.
Mayorx is in limbo, sort of on the edge of death. Sartographer's watching over him right now. Rin is, for all intents and purposes, no longer with us.
You'd see Obosh kind of shudders at that and his eyes widen. He gets a little bit shifty for a second when you say that.
You saw it, didn't you, Obosh?
Can we step back in the room for a second?
She nods.
You're gonna have to hold it, young man.
Come on. Fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain.
Or you
I'm not
can
gonna complain.
do in Papa Squat in the corner.
Yeah.
You want to play Hold the Lever You?
Yeah, I don't think if I pee in the corner, if this territory really becomes mine. I don't think they follow your rules.
How dare you? Those are the dog's rules.
Oh, for Zula's sake! Can we have a little bit of decorum for once?
Yes,
Just
we
find a
did.
bush or something.
I mean, there is the hanging ones, like, over there, if you could reach up there.
I could probably give you a sturdy toss.
Thistle, you're welcome to join us if you want.
If it's sensitive information, the less heads possessing sensitive knowledge, the better. Besides, I need to stand by my post here and make sure nothing happens, of course.
Okay. She'll go ahead and close the door.
Obosh Yilman. It won't be long.
All right, Obosh. What did you see?
You know, a lot of times I wish I didn't have all the memories still. You know, I get babysat 24/7. You know.
She just
I
kind of
asked
takes
for it,
both
but-
she takes both of his hands and holds them, kind of rubbing the back of his hand with her thumbs.
Oh, memories of the future thing is just well, it makes your head do somersaults and stuff.
I know it's so hard.
How did they go?
Quickly, I suppose, but whether they were in terror or not, I can't say, but it was the Venerator. With that same blade that hurt you.
Yeah. Figured it'd be something like that.
Whether she received visions of the future somehow or through that Startographer, I don't know, but that knowledge she held drove her mad. She had a vendetta against us. And that put Mayorx on the edge of death and took Rin from us. I mean, they tried to bring Rin back, but you understand what Rin is, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do. They told me. They told all of us. Everyone saw it. They barely had to say anything. But it hardly mattered because there was so much. There's just so much. But he did say They said one thing to me when I was away from everyone else. Something to make sure happened. They knew that they were gonna die. So they got something prepared, you know?
What prepared?
Well, it was something for me, and I think it was something for you too. I don't really know for certain, but it makes sense.
If I remember correctly, Sagius was doing something at the altar. Did I get a glimpse at what he was doing?
There were candles, consecrated objects, holy symbols, things that looked like they belong within a religious sermon.
They may have been doing that before we approached. I don't know.
No. Dagny Rin made these things and hid them.
What?
You should have. I don't know how much I'm supposed to say. But
This is important, Obosh, please.
do you trust everybody in this room?
She'll look down at first and then she'll just one by one look at everyone in the eye. And she'll kind of hold on Dismas for a little longer. And then she'll turn to Obosh and say, wholeheartedly.
Rin said that when they die, there's something that you'll need to get. They put something beneath a tree on a cliff that's directly south of the southwestern Highshire Gate. You just go straight south, probably about an hour. You'll see a cliff and a tree. It's got some leaves that have a nice blue shimmer to them. You're supposed to dig. I saw that they made a box and they put some stuff in it. It was in their hands 1 second and then it was gone.
Shimmer. Okay. I think that'll be our first stop after we rest.
Yeah. Again, I think there was one thing for me and one thing for you, but I mean, maybe I got them mixed up. Maybe they're both. I'm not sure. I think it'll become clear.
Do you think they'll let you come with us?
Probably not. I wish I could, but all the stuff that I know, it's just.
Valuable, yes.
I'm getting tired of it. I don't feel like I'm helping.
You are, you really are, please. They say that the only reason why it hasn't driven you down the same path as the Venerator is because of your pure heart, and I believe in that. So please, for
The
us,
chosen?
for the
They
sake of the Shire, for us, hold on to hope, please.
Uh, it's kind of hard to do that, Dagny.
I know.
Knowing everything.
I know.
But
I'm sorry the burden has to be on you. I wish it was me. But fate has a funny way of making things happen.
Hey, have you been around Shira at all?
I've been wanting to speak to her for a while. That has yet to happen.
Never mind.
Do you think we should talk to her?
Well, it's not really about what I think, it's about what you think. You gotta be careful, okay?
Yeah. You too.
And the rest of you guys, hi.
Hi.
So,
I don't get to meet a whole lot
Hello.
of new people very much. I'm always, being guarded and all that. And I just have to play along.
Suppose that's the effect of being from the Outlands, huh?
Yeah, it's not lonely, but sometimes I like the smell of the fresh grass and watching the clouds roll. It's it had its moments.
relatable.
Yeah, yeah. It was real simple. It was hard, but it was simple. I guess it's still hard now, just in different ways.
I think I prefer the mountains, to be honest, but oh well.
Never been. Well, I have, but not far. I imagine they have quite the view.
We've been to the Chromatic Mountains.
Wow.
Hostile, but beautiful.
Gorgeous,
yeah.
especially at night.
Hmm.
Did you
So-
know this one saw a blue dragon up there?
Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. Rabbit
Yeah.
almost
It
blew
was
us
an
away.
it was an interesting encounter.
Don't think we want to do that again, though.
No.
Well, see,
Never.
I was scared at the time, but after what we've been through, I don't know. I couldn't say who's bigger at this point.
You know, I
Nice.
hope I get to see you one day, Batista bomb a dragon.
Well, you and me both.
That'd
Maybe
be
one day.
awesome. Maybe you could start with a little one.
What the fuck
Giving
did you
you-
just say?
Well, I mean, okay. Hey, if you want to go, visit
I'll just kind of pat.
Hey,
I'll
hey.
pat. Obacha says he's a little sensitive about his son.
I'm not sensitive. I'm not small. I'm the biggest person in this room, and no one can say shit about
Yes,
it.
you're
No,
huge.
no, no,
You're
like,
I know,
fantastically
I know.
huge.
You want
Really? Yeah. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
I meant like if you go for like the little dragon, it would send a message to the bigger dragon. So when you fight them, they're scared. You already worked them up a little bit.
Oh, you're playing the
big
mental
word
game. I
memory.
see. Okay, my mistake. Continue.
Yeah, actually managed to swing the venerator off second story and just slam her into the floor. It was kind of impressive.
That's true.
Yeah, but then she fucking stuck me in the tummy.
Well,
God, how
You
fucking
went
rude.
down.
I said it before. I'll say it again. She was desperate towards the end.
And I fucking felt that.
Desperate my ass.
Is there anything else you need to tell us?
All this talk about the venerator lady, it had me wondering. I don't know. I'm wondering if I messed up.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You remember when they brought me back?
Yeah.
And they gave me a rundown, and at the end of it all, I asked a really weird question.
About the second king.
Oh. Yeah.
We didn't find anything about that, but I imagine
Some,
that's
context.
some vision of the future that we have yet to come across.
Yeah. I guess it is.
What did this thing look like?
I don't know.
You only heard the words.
I don't know.
It's okay.
Could I,
You don't-
just out of curiosity while we're having this conversation, then make like a religion or a history check about that particular thing?
Depends on if you're kind of thinking onto historical events or religious significance. You can roll either. Depends on your point of view.
Let's go with religious, because that seems to have a lot of connotations to what's going on right now. Let me give myself a cheeky guidance. Just see if I can get any higher.
Okay.
Okay, so
23.
23.
You got nothing.
Pretty thoroughly sure I got nothing. Alright then.
Yeah. Rings no bells whatsoever.
I mean, I wouldn't worry about it right now. I think
All
if we
right.
come across again in the future, we can definitely talk to you again.
I don't. All right. Yeah. I don't think they're gonna let me go with you, but check out whatever it is that Rin gave you.
We will.
All
Thank
right,
you.
well, if I'm in here any longer, maybe they'll break the door down to see if I'm still breathing. they're like that sometimes.
Well,
Before
last time
we open the door, I will give him one last kiss on his forehead before letting him go.
He bows his head and looks up to you, and then the rest of everybody else. You guys be careful, okay?
You too.
Well, I haven't died yet.
You-
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, that's a good point. We're immortal until proven otherwise.
That's
I mean, and
A
I'll
nice-
try and keep these
yeah.
up too.
it's a good way of looking at it.
Mm.
That's the face you get from V when that happens, Dagny. Like, ooh,
I just roll my eyes.
ooh. You know, if anyone needed action, it'd be you.
Just fucking stone faced.
That was pretty good.
Get it.
I'll just go ahead, open the door.
Thought we had a lot of action. We like fought a big thing and had some like fight. Like we had enough, right?
Oh, little
Yeah,
child.
yeah. No, I was
There
about to
are
say I
many
got more
kinds of
action than I
action.
bargained for.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this-
I'm going to open the door. Thistle.
And this is an action Dagny does not get enough.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, Bosch and Dagny does have a nice ring to it. They even already have a child now.
Oh, Bosch is already stepping out the door.
Bosch is the child.
Right, let's get out of here. I'm tired of being stuck in this room.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, I just got it. Okay. Right.
Yeah, Dagny will rush over and grab her arcane rod before she rushes out of the room.
Good idea.
Oh, we're totally right.
With that, Bosch, Thistle, and the other elite would give some parting glances as they have things to do. So it seems as they would make their way further into the halls of the Inquisition, and off they go.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's see about those
Garrock.
disguises.
Hello, I am Garrock.
Yeah, during this bit of rest, I am gonna need your help with something.
Should I be concerned or interested?
Oh, well, it depends. And that's all the information I'm giving you. Alrighty, let's go.
Good, helpful as ever.
Yeah.
Alright.
And with that, everyone would exit out of the room with their conversations to themselves. And with that, I would like to end the session here.
Okie dokie.
Nice.
A good
Man.
point to drop off, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And on a high
Nice.
note.
Yeah. It's kind of a rarity in this campaign.
I know. It means next session we're gonna end on an extremely poor note.
Who's gonna die this time?
Let's not fucking jinx it now.